Okay, we will call the meeting to order at 5:30. Let the record show that trustee Nelson is absent tonight. And before we look at approving the agenda, we have some amendments. Item 8D is being pulled, ratification of personnel action report 2025-7A, and it will be voted on separately. Item 8J, approval of 23-24 audit report, is moved to item 12A under fiscal update and planning. Amend item 8A, minutes for January 21st meeting. Minutes now reflect a vote recorded on item 11A. Copy of amendments are on the back table. Amend item 12B, approval of school board plan for student achievement. Add supporting documents for Rancho and Tech High. Copies are provided for board members and at the back of the table for public review. Any questions or comments on the agenda? Okay, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move.
Go ahead. I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any abstain? Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. And with that, we will convene a closed session. at 6:04 PM. Nothing to report, no action taken in closed session, so we will start the flag salute. Will Ethan and Emily please come up for the salute?
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
All right. Item 6A, introduction of Monte Vista Elementary principal.
Good evening. Hello. CRPUSD is pleased to announce that Ms. Courtney Morales Rosen has been selected as the next principal of Monte Vista Elementary School. All right, so Ms. Morales Rosen has spent the last 8 years as a TK through 5 administrator in Oakland, where she supported new school-wide social emotional learning initiatives and implemented school culture and curriculum adoptions. She built strong family collaboration structures, supported guided language acquisition design, implementation for English learners, and supervised the school's special education programming. Before Ms. Morales Rosen's tenure as an administrator, she was a kindergarten and second grade teacher in San Lorenzo Unified School District. She holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology from Sonoma State University, holds a master's degree in humanities and social thought from New York University, as well as a master's degree in educational leadership from UC Berkeley. Ms. Morales Rosen has also earned her administrative credential through UC Berkeley's Principal Leadership Initiative. She will officially begin her assignment at Monte Vista on Monday, March 3rd, 2025, but will be spending a few days in late February getting to know the staff. She is excited to join the Monte Vista team and is looking forward to growing, learning, and collaborating with the dedicated staff, families, and students of this wonderful community. So please join me in welcoming her to the district. Welcome. We have a little present for you. Just to welcome you to being on part of Monte Vista. So thanks so much.
Yeah. Thank you to the board, superintendent, and Monte Vista community. I'm really excited to get started March 3rd. I've had the opportunity to meet some of our families and staff at our interviews, and I'm just looking forward to meeting everybody else and kind of just like hitting the ground running. I take it very seriously, the trust that goes into new leadership, especially at the mid-year, and so I'm really excited to have this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Okay, and with that, we'll go to item 6B, Lawrence Jones Middle School presentation.
Good evening, everybody. I have Emily and Ethan here. We're here to talk to you about things that are going on at Lawrence Jones Middle School. So I'm Meredith Boggs. I'm the principal at Lawrence Jones Middle School. Fortunate to work alongside these lovelies. Let's see if I can get the presentation to work. Just a little bit of context about Lawrence Jones Middle School. We are a school of 781 6th through 8th graders. Approximately 10% of our student population is English learners, and just about 12% of the students on our campus are students who have IEPs. That will be important as we go through the presentation and I get to something a little bit later. The mission and vision for our school site is, as we were told at the CAPS Network, a dissertation. It is on our website. It is a long paragraph about our devotion to supporting kids of all types in achieving academic and social emotional excellence. We're working on paring it down so it is something that resonates with everyone on campus and is something that all of our educational partners are able to recite. That is my goal, that everybody on campus knows what it is that we are there to do without needing to memorize 45 sentences. So, coming soon, that'll be our update for next year. We are built on the 4 cornerstones, so that is still something that is tried and true at Lawrence Jones: integrity, perseverance, discovery, and service being at the heart of everything we do. So, that's a little bit of background. I have these two here because they're a part of our expeditionary learning and, not expeditionary learning, that's a lie, enrichment programs at Lawrence Jones Middle School, where we're talking about bringing the world into the middle school experience. And so Emily and Ethan have both been a part of our drama program after school, but during the day they participate in different electives. So we've actually put a lot of time and energy into building something for everyone at LJ. So typically when you think about electives, we're talking about things like art and drama, and we have those things, but this year we've added ASL. I've got a teacher who is teaching students sign language. Some of the kiddos are actually fluent in conversational sign language already after just a trimester or two. We've got dance and leadership, yearbook, culinary is new to the electives stand at LJ. It's a very exciting one. So I'm gonna let these guys tell you about their favorite elective and then one that they've tried that's kind of expanded their horizons. Go for it, Ethan.
Hello. All right.
You got it.
My name is Ethan Aquino. My favorite enrichment class at LJ is drama. An elective that is new to me is dance. It's basically just an extension to PE. You learn about different dance moves. Right now we're learning about ballet. And and the dance teacher is super nice and stuff. She'll help you do stuff, and that's it for me.
Hi, my name is Emily, and my favorite enrichment is drama too. And I really love how you get to perform a different character. And I've tried culinary, and it's really fun. I am a really picky eater, and some of the foods I've had there I did not like, but I've tried new foods, and it's really good. And yeah.
So we're working on building life skills and bringing the outside world in and building kids' passions. These two really love drama, so they're in it for the long haul. If they could do drama all day, every day, they would. But like Emily said, she tried a culinary class and learned that she likes fried rice and now has the skills to prep it and make sure that she's got everything in order and is being safe. So one of the things that the electives do is they make opportunities for kids. We're talking about boosting engagement. This is what kids work towards. They say that it's their free period, but really they're learning life skills that aren't coming through their other core content areas. They're working together, they're doing problem solving, they're gaining some confidence. Here's some kiddos making some dumplings. That was one of their most recents. They had to fry them in class. I was a little nervous. They do great. And then they're making new friends and they're working together. One of the challenges we're facing that we're actively trying to work through right now at LJ is this gap in access. So based on our demographics, we've got kiddos who have IEPs, students who are English learners who are required to have services like directed studies or an ELD class built into their 6-period day. Therefore, they're not getting access to these courses, which could and would be beneficial to their overall learning experience. So we're trying to figure out, research shows that when kids have these opportunities, they buy into school way more, they engage more, they attend better. So we're trying to think of some creative ways by which to get these opportunities to all kids at our school. I will not read you this slide, but it is here. These are the things that we've got kind of in conversation. What would it look like to have integrated support in our electives so our kiddos with IEPs would have access to these classes? Maybe we're looking at 6-week rotations in from their directed studies class, or we're bringing the culinary teacher to those classes to do some of those experiments as labs. So we're trying to think out of the box because we see that there's a problem. and we want to make sure that these are available to all kiddos. This is where right now, while our mission and vision is underway, we land. Our commitment is to every kid, every day, no matter what. I believe that, my team believes that, and so we are trying to get creative to make sure that these opportunities that keep these two going and engaged in middle school are available for everybody. So I thank you for letting me share with you what we've got going on. Any questions? All right, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
I don't have a question, but just a comment.
Yeah.
I appreciate your intentionality with the mission and vision and in with engagement. The mission and vision especially, you know, helps build that engagement and then the culture of the school, so good job.
Yeah, we want to get it right. That's who we are, it's what we do. So
That
thank
one
you.
sounds great right there.
This
Yes.
is my commitment. This is what's on the wall in the staff room. So this one needs a little more nuance with detail, but yeah, that's what we're about. So thank you all. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Okay, student board member reports. Haley Tran.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Haley Tran, and I'm Rancho Cotati High School School Board Representative. Starting off with student culture. This is the third blood drive that we've had this year. On February 6th, students from ages 16 through 18 were able to donate and save 3 lives each donation. Rancho also hosted its first winter formal on February 8th. The theme was a turnabout dance, where the roles were reversed. So whoever asked who to homecoming will be the one who was asked. The dance was successful with almost 200 tickets being sold, and the students had a great time. CSF Club has been putting together Valentine's Day grams consisting of a cute note. The Valentine's Day grams are sold for $2 for one and $3 for two. CSF members will be handing them out during second period on Friday. Phoenix Club also had a bake sale on January 30th from 4 to 7 at Oliver's Market. The month of January was dedicated to our office workers for the hard work and dedication they put into the students at Rancho. So I put together little goodie bags filled with popcorn and cookies to show my appreciation. And I handed that out, I think, at the end of January. And we had our second clubs rush this year that went very smoothly, and there was a total of 19 clubs. A lot of students took interest in the different booths that we had. Overall, this club rush was very engaging, and everyone was cooperative with each other, and students showed school spirit by interacting with the different clubs. Last week, Rancho hosted a door decorating contest. We have 12 participants, teachers and staff, and the doors turned out fabulous. Teachers were provided a roll of paper for their door and a roll of tape. The rest was done by the help of the students and their creativity. In first place, with an overall score of 80.5 points, is Miss Cook. We have a tie for the most on the theme category, which was Miss Cheek and Miss Plant. And our winner for the category for most spirited was Mr. Anderson, and the doors were judged by Miss Alvarez, Jessica, and our new campus supervisor, Nick Billings. This was most creative. On January, we held our annual pasta feed, which required us to engage with our community by selling tickets priced at $12 for kids and $17 for adults. In total, we sold over 100 tickets. On February 5th and 6th, ASB and leadership students gave tours to the 8th graders from LJ Tech and Thomas Page. There was also a presentation about different pathways and classes that the students can take throughout their years of high school. Open house was also the night of February 5th. There was an information presentation for the parents in the beginning of the open house. Later on, parents and students got to go into the gym where there were different tables based on different subjects. There were teachers that were able to help answer questions regarding the different subjects. On February 5th, ASB hosted a Jersey Mike's Dine and Donate event. During this fundraiser, we received 50% of the sales made between 7 7 o'clock and 5:30. Recognitions/appreciations. Congratulations to our staff spotlights, Mr. Arsenault and Ms. Keith. We appreciate everything that you do for the Rancho community. Congratulations to our talented students, Angelina, McKenna, and Catherine. And also congratulations to our student athletes, Brooklyn, Barrett, and Jazzy. Some upcoming events that we have. This week is Unity Week, so from the 11th through the 14th. ASB has put together performances and different presentations based on different cultures. We have performances from Japanese American Citizens League, African music and village arts drumming, bocce ball, fencing, and many more. AAPI Club has put together red envelopes for Unity Week. Each envelope is filled with a chocolate coin and a note explaining the year of the wood snake and the background behind Lunar New Year's. Rancho is also bringing High School Musical to the stage this spring. Performances are next month, March 27th through the 29th. And AAPI Club is also putting together a fundraiser called Meet Me at the Altar, where the students can marry their bae or bestie on February 13th and 14th. The $5 package includes a marriage certificate, a quick ceremony, rings to exchange, and a photo in front of the arch. Any additional certificate and rings are $1 each. Thank you.
Thank you, Haley. Next up, Sam O'Halloran.
All right. We'll get this into slideshow. All right, good evening, board. It's been a second, but Technology High School has been very busy, and we're very excited to share some information on what we've been up to in January at Technology High School. To start it off, like I shared in December, with an overwhelming amount of student interest, we have taken the initiative in ASB to host the first winter formal in Tech High history. This turned out to be hugely successful, with about 1/3 of the students, or 121 students, attending the dance. The theme was Winter Waltz, and it was a huge success and a proof of concept, showing that we can actually have a winter formal dance annually at Tech High. So that's something that we're looking forward to in the future. Additionally, spring sports are now starting at Technology High School. This includes golf, boys volleyball, track and field, softball, which is a sport making a return after 3 years of not existing, tennis, and baseball, all of which are varsity teams. And amid all the AP testing, standardized testing, heat of semester 2, we are very proud of our student athletes at Tech High as they take on so much throughout their high school career. Additionally, this week for basketball, for both boys and girls, we will be having their senior nights at Technology Middle School, and we're looking forward to celebrating that, and I'll show you some of those next month. And a few weeks ago, we had our New Year, New Us Spirit Week, which was to celebrate the new year. The first day, on the far left of the screen, you could see students dressed up for Monochromatic Monday, a day where you dress in one solid color. On the second day, we had Celebrity versus Paparazzi, which is a day where you dress up as a celebrity, and there were tons of students with cameras, phones, taking photos of their friends and having a good time. In the middle of the week on Wednesday, we had Winter Olympic Snow Day. This is where students could dress up in their snow gear. I saw some kids with their ski goggles on, some dressed in their full gear for the snow, and that was very fun as well. As you can see, on Thursday, we had Barbecue Dad versus Soccer Mom, concluding the week off with a fun little rally to celebrate the new year, which was themed with a blue, white, and gold to celebrate Tech High as well as the new year. Some changes are coming to Tech High. In the beginning of January, our AP Lang teacher for juniors resigned from his position, and so this put the English department at Technology High School in a challenging spot. Many students reported feeling nervous to take the AP exam later in May, and it was definitely an unsettling time for juniors at Tech High. Luckily, we have found a replacement who will be taking over AP Lang next week, and we're looking forward to meeting this new teacher. Additionally, last week, a long-term substitute for covering English 9, 10, and one class of English 12 resigned from his position as well. Luckily, we have also found some sort of a replacement. who has been reached out to, and hopefully we'll find that replacement before this teacher leaves his position. With that being said, some course offerings are being brought back as well as brought for the first time at Tech High. This includes AP Computer Science Principles as well as AP Chemistry, both of which have a huge amount of students who are interested. The Engineering PLTW course in Technology High School is unique, and it's undergoing some changes as well. Next year, seniors will have the choice between two different capstone classes, one of which is Design and Development, the other one is focused on Agri-Science. The Design and Development course is focused on the engineering method, where you address real-world problems and create a unique solution. The final project in this class is to create a 2-scale physical model of this, which is then reviewed by external engineers that aren't associated with Tech High. It's a really exciting, really challenging class, but it's a really great way for students to test their critical thinking knowledge. The Agri-Science class is also, which is the new one. This one is an engineering class focused on solving problems concerning power supplies, machine efficiency, pollution, and environmental issues. Additionally, Ethnic Studies will be making its debut at Tech High, and the AP Lang and AP Lit are now going to be required classes for juniors and seniors, and they'll be formed in a way that juniors and seniors take it at the same time, and then the following year, when those seniors graduate and those juniors become seniors, it'll switch. Essentially, every year will either be AP Lang for juniors and seniors or AP Lit, and it'll flip-flop. With that being said, the ASB cabinet election season started today. The positions that are open are President, Vice President, Secretary, Spirit Commissioner, Public Relations Officer, as well as ASB Treasurer. All positions will be serving in the 2025 to 2026 ASB term, and we have over 10 students this year running for positions. Sports Boosters has been working to create an 1,000-point plaque for students who achieve the milestone of 1,000 points throughout their basketball career at Tech High. Right now, we have 2 students who are both alumni, Himatsu and Andrew Curry. Those 2 students will be awarded it once the actual physical plaque is made, and there will be a ceremony to follow. Mamma Mia was performed right here in the TAG building 2 weeks ago now. I attended the opening night, and it was sold out, and the following 2 nights were full houses from my impression. There were 6 seniors who got to celebrate the culmination of their drama career at Tech High, and for me, it was just a night full of laughs, smiles, and some singing along as well. It was a really great performance, and if you made it, I'm happy. If you didn't, I hope that you go to the spring show next year. It's really a great program, and our students are very passionate. As for senior activities, 2 weeks ago, the seniors celebrated a senior breakfast with about 40 seniors in attendance. Tomorrow, they will be having a Valentine's Day party where seniors can celebrate the last semester of their high school career, as well as just socialize with one another. And later on in the semester, Senior Water Wars will be starting, and we're very excited for seniors to participate in that. I always have fun watching them run around campus and have fun with one another. Last week, Tech High had their new record of a blood drive. This blood drive included 15 different procedures, so 15 different students, 6 of which were first-timers, and in a total, 19 life-saving units were made. This was such a big success that we're actually looking to have a 3rd blood drive before the end of the semester this year. The yearbook cover was announced during the rally at the end of the Spirit Week. This yearbook cover was created by a senior named Bella Flores. She is the co-head editor of the yearbook this year, and personally, it's my favorite one so far, and I've heard a lot of good student feedback. CalSkate and Snack Bar, which are both 2 different fundraisers for Tech High. Like I told you in December, we're going to try this new idea with the Snack Bar, and so far it's been successful. With $300 total revenue and a 200% profit margin, it's going good for Tech High, and we're going to continue this and move it into spring sports as well as fall sports next year. And additionally, we're going to have a CalSkate fundraiser for Tech High. This was something that we had in the first semester, which had a lot of different students attending. And so we're going to continue that into the second semester. The Titan Times has been working hard, or the journalism class has been working hard, to release their 3rd copy of the Titan Times this year. You can see a lot of students enjoy it, as you can see in that photo, and that should be releasing in mid-March of this year. Now, band was very lucky in sending 2 students, Damien and Camille, who participated in the NorCal Regional Honor Band this past weekend. It takes an audition to get in, and so it's a very, sorry about that. And so it's a very big celebration for them. It was at Chico State, and you can see that they took one of our nice new CRP USB transportation vans alongside a few different Rancho Cotati students as well. We're very proud of Camille and Damien as they pursue new opportunities in band. And finally, this Saturday, multiple student volunteers from Tech High and ASB will be participating in the annual Rohnert Park Chamber of Commerce Crab Feed. And this is always a great fundraiser for ASB and a great way for students to socialize and practice some very practical skills that they'll need later on in their lives. Additionally, Town Hall, which is a new initiative that ASB was taking that I shared at the beginning of the school year, changed their location during lunch once a month, and we saw a lot more student participation, and so we're gonna continue to have our town halls out near the green on the outdoor stage. And so Tech High has been very busy. All of this happened in 23 days, and we're just very proud of our students for how much they're involved in and how much passion they put into their work. So that's it for January Tech High. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Eric, a
Yes,
couple
sir.
questions. Sam, what's Water Wars? Is that water balloons or
So it's been tradition in the past, and this is true at other high schools, that seniors participate in some sort of game that involves all the seniors, or most of them, and they get a target, and they have to somehow get them out. Last year, or 2 years ago, we called it Senior Spoons, where you have to tag your target with a spoon. Last year, it was Water Wars with little water squirters. And this year, I'm not sure what it's going to be called, if it's the same thing, if it's different. But it's just a fun little game where you essentially play a giant game of tag.
Okay, great,
Yep.
thanks.
Yep.
And then Haley, did our varsity basketball team just win league, I believe? I think I saw that in the paper. Was I reading that correctly? I think so, yes. And tomorrow they're hosting Ukiah here, I believe. So congratulations to them. So, super, thanks.
Awesome. Next up, trustee reports on activities. Trustee Brown.
Okay, so, where's my book? My book. So, four of us, the four that are here, and a superintendent, attended a dinner I guess, biannual, a dinner put on by the County Office of Education for appreciation for board members. So we went up and had a wonderful dinner, and we listened to Joseph Bishop talk about Our Children Can't Wait. Pros and cons, his presentation to me was a little bit fractured, and although his message at the end is we all need to work together, but my disappointment was several things that night. So I talked to board members from 4 other school districts that I know from either working at HP or Agilent or at the city. And then conversations, his message was we all need to work together. But what I felt from none of those board members were saying, well, how's your district doing? Or what we're doing? Or what can we do to work together? And the thing that probably hurt the most is we have 40 school districts in this county, and I got into conversation as I was leaving with one person to introduce myself that was from a small, unique district. I don't know how many Cinnabar has type thing in Petaluma. And the first thing I brought up, which he didn't go over well, is that we have 40 school districts. We need to consolidate, and that didn't go over well. Because often a lot of these school districts like to have their own autonomy and that and stuff. So we didn't share the same ideas, and we weren't, the message that Joe or Joseph was giving us that night was, we all need to work together for our children type of thing. And then he did some interaction in the audience, and what I took from that is that what I was even hearing from that, one person got up and talked about math and Common Core. And it wasn't, and a couple of things. We were kind of bouncing off the wall altogether type of thing. And then my other, 2 cents on this is that dinner cost a lot of money. And it was probably a minimum of $200 a person So, when I go to these events, I always think about, well, I'd rather that $200 go to kids or things. I mean, it's good. I'd rather we all get together at a park and not have the expensive dinner and talk about things. So, and then it was surprising, some of the attendees, we weren't given the option, but some of the attendees brought spouses, and someone at our table brought a significant or a boyfriend. So I was thinking, well, why? And that goes back to the money type of thing, so from that standpoint. And then one other thing, there was a city council member from Santa Rosa there, and I thought, what's that person doing? And then I thought, well, they're probably doing that as a political thing. So, in my 2 cents, I think politics should be out of education, and we should all work towards the child. So, that's my 2 cents on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson?
Yes, the dinner was delicious.
Expensive.
And I attended the DLAC, which was well-attended, and I was impressed by the conversation that we had, and we'll have another one next month.
Okay. Trustee Wing?
So I did get to go see Mamma Mia and Tech High's performance, and all the students did absolutely amazing. And I tried my best to not sing through it and to let the students sing. I may have hummed a couple times, so that was fun. I also went to the SCO dinner with my fellow trustees. And one of the things, and I know Lisa and I have talked about it when we've gone to CTA stuff, and we've talked about it as trustees, is we work so hard for CRPUSD, and we always say, like, well, the state should. So I went up to Dr. Carter, and I may or may not have said that I would work with Dr. Carter to create a Sonoma County legislation committee specifically for our 40 districts. I don't know what this means. I have no clue what's going to come of it. But I left that dinner thinking I can't just sit back anymore and just say, well, the state really should. They should, but they aren't going to hear from me if I just sit on my couch and watch episodes of Paradise. Oh my gosh, have you guys seen it? Okay, little shout out, if you have Hulu, please watch the new show Paradise. It's amazing, it's fantastic. There's only like 3 episodes left, so then I can work on this legislation action committee. But yeah, so I think now, I'm very much in 2025 embracing saying what I want out loud. So I want a Sonoma County Legislation Action Committee, so I am going to see how we start something like that. So I'll get our $200 back left, I promise. There we go.
We'll meet in the park. We won't have
We'll meet in the
ladders
park,
yet.
yeah, but we'll see where it goes and what happens. I know,
And we won't invite politicians.
there we go.
That want to become supervisors.
No, we need to invite them so that they can give us more money.
That's true.
There we go.
Well, the right
charge
politicians. Often, well, let me take this on. What you get there is you get people that want to start out as a school board member and maybe go to a city council and then go to become supervisors. So
Oh, yeah, no,
I
it's not-
think, you watch the political stuff, and I think that if you're a board member, you should be here for a board member, not looking ahead to become a city council person. That's just my feeling, and that's how I've been doing it for 30 years. I have no goal of, becoming more political. My goal is for every kid, so.
So the SCO dinner was on a rainy night. If we do switch that venue to the park, I'd like to request better weather.
Okay.
It was an awesome time. It was neat to get together as trustees. And when we think about children first, I reflect on Cotati Roanoke Park Union School District, and I feel like that's what we do. And I'm blessed to be part of this team. I also was able to attend Mamma Mia. And though I wasn't tempted to sing, the songs got stuck in my head, and at 3 a.m. they came back quite mightily. But it was a fun time. I'm impressed with the talent with our students. And then I joined the LCAP meeting, and it was very, very helpful in my understanding more about what that is. Superintendent report?
Good evening, everyone. So I went to the AXA Superintendent's Conference in Monterey. It was awesome. It was great to be in the room with so many superintendents and so many brilliant people who are struggling with or succeeding in some of the same things we are. And It was just nice. Being the there's one of you in a district, and so it was nice to be with others who are having similar experiences. I went to a governance training, one on immigration, communication. They had some great keynote speakers. Nikki Elliott, who talked about self-care and how important that is, and it's not selfish to take care of yourself. And then Tyrone Howard from UCLA, who talked about putting children first, kind of the similar message we got the other night at the board dinner, which I also attended, which was really nice to be with the board members in a setting that's a little more relaxed. I also went to the Rancho Crab Feed. That was quite an event. They do a beautiful job there. Also, I've been spending a lot of time trying to understand immigration and executive orders and the potential impacts on our families in this community. So I've been spending quite a bit of time in different meetings trying to understand what's happening there. I also have made it to some schools, been very fortunate there. And I wanted to appreciate our labor partners. And we've been in negotiations with RIPSIA since the beginning of the year, and we meet monthly and meet and confer. And I just want to appreciate the collaborative partnership that we enter into those conversations with honesty and trying to work through problems together. So I just wanted to thank them for that work. And then I know we'll be negotiating with SEIU and CSCA coming up here soon, and I expect that we will have a similar experience. So that's my report, and thank you. Oh, and there is the Family Resource Luncheon that I think a couple of you are coming to on Friday, so we'll get to hear about their good work there as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Roanoke Park Cotati Educators Association, Lisa Bauman.
Good evening. I don't have a whole lot to report on tonight. You guys were in closed session. I was like, weren't we just here? And Michelle did say it's only been 3 weeks, so that made me feel a little better. Well, we've been working a lot. So the calendar committee has met several times since our last meeting, and I think Jen is going to present you our proposal this evening. I also visited Monte Vista staff with Rachel Allen to talk with the SDC teachers there. That, it's because of the reorganization of SDC classes next year, some of those staff will be moving. And Rachel did a really great job about talking about how things were going to be shifting and the logic and reasoning behind them. And I think, it went over pretty well. I think everybody recognizes that it's long overdue that only 2 of our schools should have the additional benefit of SDC classes. And so now with they're going to be spread out, and with our additional 7 PK, is that what it is, and 3 SDC, yeah, it's going to be full next year. It's going to be really, really full everywhere. We've already had 2 bargaining sessions since the last time I was here, and we have another one next week. Things are going really well. I kid you not. I mean, collectively, I think we spent like almost a whole day trying to make stuff work in the elementary school day. That we got some things achieved, but not everything. But it was really a collective effort, which I completely appreciated. Like we had some goals and some shared interests, and we did everything we could to try and make it work. And it's not because we didn't try that we couldn't make it work, but that just really says a lot about how far we've come, I think, in the year that we've been bargaining together. I went to the local CTA, our monthly meeting of chapter presidents and bargaining chairs, and much like our conversations here in Meet and Confer, the really heavy topic on everybody's mind is ICE and immigration. And I've been to 2 sites. I've been to Richard Crane and John Reed, and everyone is just feeling really heavy and upset and nervous and overwhelmed and anxious because we're concerned for our students, and we just really want to make sure that they feel safe and that they feel cared for, and that, you know, they can come to us for the time that they're with us and have a safe place to be. And that's kind of it's a hard promise to make right now. So it weighs heavy on our teachers for sure. At our last meet and confer, Maite shared with us a safety dashboard and a communication plan. It was really impressive. We really appreciated the fact that we are definitely being heard, because I felt like just even seeing it on paper and having like a workflow and who's responsible for what, it makes a really big difference. And that was going to be rolled out to principals, right? Yeah, so I think, you know, we identified in LAMP early on last year that communication was one of the things that we wanted to work on, and I think we're making a lot of really good progress, so thank you about that. Let's see. And then next week, we are having our SPED roundtable. So this is about a year follow-up to last year when we did this. So you may or may not recall that we have a SPED MOU in place right now, and it was a labor of, I don't know if Rachel would call it love or not, but it was a labor. And so we did a lot of really good things to help improve the working conditions of our ed specialists last year. And so this is a time for us to come back and see now and get feedback about what worked and what didn't work, and what would make it better. Because we want to make sure that we have got great, talented, qualified ed specialists working with our, you know, vulnerable populations. And we'll be bargaining again next week. And I think, oh, I did want to remind you, my husband wanted to remind me to say that, don't forget, it's Unity Week, and tomorrow we'll be here all day presenting about the Peace Corps if you want to come to the library. And yeah, it's always a really exciting week to be here. So I hope you have a chance to get to some of the presentations. There's nothing else, the rally on Friday. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and next is our consent agenda, and as a reminder, item D will be voted on separately. Do we have any questions about items 8A through 8C and 8E through 8I? Great, then may I have a motion to approve items 8A through 8C and 8E through 8I?
I'll make a motion to approve.
And a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 4-0 with one absence. And so item 8D, ratification of personnel action report. Any comments on that? Okay, may I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve 8D.
And a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Abstain?
And one abstention?
One
Okay,
abstention.
motion carries 3 with one abstention and one absence. Okay, next up, presentation of dashboard and LCAP mid-cycle report.
Good evening, board members. My name is Lystra Hobby. I'm our curriculum specialist of data and assessment. For the first half of this presentation, we're going to be going over our California dashboard results for the 23-24 school year. Because there's a lot of data, colors, and numbers in this presentation, if at any point you need clarification or have a question about how a number was brought up, please let me know. So in response to our LCAP goals, these are our goals. I'm going to save you the time of reading them to you because we'll be going over them later in this presentation. But this California dashboard does relate to every single one of our LCAP goals except for goal 5. For the California dashboard this year, we do have colors back. So that means all of our metrics are rated on a color scale of red being least desirable to blue being best. The California dashboard is somewhat like a report card for our schools. It communicates how schools and districts are doing. It establishes common standards among all California school districts, and it also identifies student groups, schools, and districts that may need extra support. It focuses attention on 8 state priorities and informs annual budget and strategic planning processes. Before we dive into the data, I do want to explain their color system because it can be a little obtuse. We are graded not only on our performance from our current year, which was the 23-24 school year, we are also graded based on how that compares to the year prior, so the 22-23 school year. Based on this, we can be in any color from red, orange, yellow, green, or blue, but it's going to be a combination of those 2 factors. So it's not just a strict performance on last year, it's also on did we improve, did we maintain, or did we decrease from the year prior. There are 6 state measures on the California dashboard: academic performance, English learner progress, college and career indicator, chronic absenteeism, graduation rate, and suspension rate. There are also 5 local indicators: basic conditions, implementation of academic standards, school climate surveys, parent involvement and family engagement, and access to courses. For the 5 local indicators, that data is self-reported. We have a self-reflection tool that we go over as an educational services department and rate our school district on how we feel we have performed. These 6 state measures are used a combination of state reportable data and academic performance such as SBAC. We do have a few new things on our dashboard this year. The college and career indicator is back to having colors. Last year, it was all just in purple, and we were kind of given a level of low, medium, or high. We do like having the colors back because it matches all the other indicators. We also have a new science indicator this year. It doesn't have a performance color yet because this is their first year of implementation, and they need at least 2 years of data before they can give a color. We also have a new demographic group, our long-term English learners, which are English learners who have held that status for 6 years or more. We are also required to upload our LCAP to the California dashboard. We did complete that, so we did make that requirement. All right, time to dive into the actual numbers and data. Our local indicators, like I said before, are self-reported. We rated ourselves as standard met for all of the indicators. It was used on the rubric provided by the CDE. Our next indicator is our English language arts. When we're looking at our state test scores, there's a standard point for the state of California that they feel all districts should be at. CRPUSD was 28 points below standard. It was a 0.1 increase from last year, and we are considered a status of maintained. In the colors, you can see our different subgroups and where they land. To help make it a bit more digestible, in the bottom right corner, we have the percentage of students that actually scored as proficient. So in CRPUSD, just over 40% students scored as proficient. In the state of California, 47%, and in Sonoma County, 44%.
Okay, I have a question. Can you go back? Sorry.
Yep.
Okay, so it says that California was 13.2. What color is standard? Sorry, blue, green, yellow, orange, or red be the standard?
Can I show you the next slide?
Yes, go ahead.
No, that's fine. So, kind of how that color was achieved. Our performance level was considered low, but since we were considered maintained from last year, we were in orange.
Okay, but so it said CRPUSD was 28 points below the standard. Well, were we 28 points below out of 30? Were we 28 below out of 100? Like, what does 28 points below mean?
So when we get scores for SBAC, we get this giant score called a scaled score. It is usually between 3 and 4 digits, so it's a huge number. They average all those scores to give us an overall number, and that is considered the distance from standard.
Okay.
So like there's a certain scaled score that they consider students to be at standard. That 28 points is how many points below standard or above standard we are.
Okay. So could I be like 100 points below the standard?
Yep.
Well, I mean, if I could be 100, 28 doesn't sound that bad. Can I be 1,000 points below the standard?
No.
Okay.
Usually.
So I have a question. So if the California, I assume average is 13.2 below standard?
Yes.
And we're 28 points below standard.
So the state of California as a whole performs below its own standard. And we score 28 points below what California considers at a standard.
So, can you define that a little bit more? So, so we're talking English language arts. So we're
Yes.
talking English, right?
So we're talking the SBAC test for ELA that is taken by students in 3rd through 8th grade and 11th grade.
So what aren't our students proficient in so that they're scoring 28 points below standard?
Are you trying to ask like which domain?
Pardon me?
Are you wanting to know like which domain we're scoring below?
Well, I'm just curious. Is
Yeah.
it I can't read? Is that I can't spell? I can't spell now, so I'd be below standard. But I mean, what is it that we're 28 points below? Is it reading a composition, question and trying to come up with an answer? So I'm at a loss to know what we're failing at.
That's a great question because I think it really illustrates the failure of a score like this. Because you're right, it's English language arts and all of the components of that depending on the grade level. So that's our whole district. And what we could maybe be more useful is the numbers on the bottom. CRP USD, 40% of our students that took the English language arts test were rated as proficient.
Yeah, but 60% aren't.
Yes.
So why? And what is it that 60% are lacking and not to be proficient?
Yeah, and it varies and it depends on the student and the grade level of what they're even testing for. So like you asked about, can I read?
Right.
At the lower grade levels, it's about that kind of thing, being able to decipher words and things like that. But it changes depending on what grade level you're
Right.
at.
Do we get, so I'm hoping we get the data for each grade level, right?
Sure, we get data for each student with different assessments that will show up here as well.
Okay, and so like for Left's point, let's just say we look at all the 11th graders and we're 28 points below standard. And you said for this English, it's doing grammar and composition and probably your ability to synthesize it and all those things. Does it tell us your 11th graders don't know when to use an exclamation point, like it's grammar specific, or does it just say in all the standards? Because my
Just in all the
understanding
standards.
is there's way more standards than we even teach, right?
Absolutely.
So is there one question for each standard? I'm just making up these numbers now, let's say there's 20 standards in English language and we've picked 12. How do we know that we've picked the right 12?
Yeah, that's a great question.
We don't?
And it doesn't say, yes, Roanoke Park, all of your 11th graders are deficient in this skill set. But we have local assessments or assessments we use that give us more detail about each student and specifically what component of that standard did they or did they not get. And that's the data that we use to try and remediate things with the students we have in front of us. These are kind of like they call them the autopsy, because it really tells us, first of all, this is talking about what happened last year. So those kids are maybe not even with us, they're seniors now if they were 11th graders. But the other part is that we don't get the information for so long that it's not very useful for interventions or changing what we're doing for kids. What we use for that is our local assessments that are more granular and give us more information about exactly what kinds of things they're missing.
And then, if I remember right, and I know this is all the grades, but let's just pretend it's 11th, because it's easier for my brain to think that way. So if 40% of our 11th graders are not proficient,
60%.
60% of our 11th
60%.
graders, it is not, 60% of our students are not failing English 11th, in 11th grade, are they?
No.
So then how do we know, like you said, this is a year behind. How are we using current data to drive what we're doing? Because my challenge here is I look at this and it goes, God, that looks like we suck. But then at the end of the year, you're going to tell me how many of our students went to college and how many went to the JC and how many graduated. I mean, I'm sorry, but if 60% of our students are not proficient in English, they should not be graduating high school. So how do we have 98% of our students graduating high school if this is telling us that 60% of them don't know English?
Yeah, it's a great question, because really what it comes to, you might have heard recently in the news about the NAEP, right? The National Assessment of Proficiency. It's a test everybody takes. And American students have declined in all aspects on that test. And one of the things that people say, though, is maybe we should be looking at how we measure schools, because you're right, this is a horrible measure for how well our schools are doing. It's one day, it's 11th grade, kids are burnt out, they might not have an inspiration or a motivation to do well on the test because it doesn't count for their grades. There's lots of reasons why this is a very poor measure of what kids are learning. It doesn't test what they're learning, it tests if they learned those specific skills. And like you said, the grade level standards for each grade level, they estimate it would take about 3 to 4 years to teach per grade level. So we pick and choose which standards we're going to teach. We as a district have at the elementary level and middle school identified what we call the essential or guaranteed standards. And we look at those ones that are going to have the most bang for the buck and are the carryover into the most different areas. But all of these things are to answer the question of, what does this tell us about how we're doing? We absolutely should do better than having 40% of our kids at proficient or advanced. Absolutely. And as a state, California has gotten to 47%, right? We should do better than that because we want all of our kids to be able to perform on a basic skills test. But it doesn't really tell us how well we're educating kids or what we're teaching kids to do. We could have a whole group of kids that are coming out of COVID, haven't had any socialization, or blowing out all over the place with their social emotional needs, and we might do a really great job of getting them regulated and helping them to get engaged and start to learn the grade level standards that they need, and it might not show up on a test like this.
So I have one comment. Either we're not keeping up, or this testing and this process is a waste of time. Because you say it's one day. I can remember these tests when I was in high school. I can remember what I was like in high school. And I didn't care about those tests. It was like, okay, this doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't mean anything about my grade in this class. It doesn't mean about me graduating and going to college. This is a waste of my time. And that was probably a maturity level at that time, or it was a maturity level. And what the schools that, that I was at and how we, or how, at least how I approached it type of thing. So, but then, how we're below California average. So, I mean, maybe I'm the exception. So I had the feeling that, and the scores don't seem to be getting better over time. The scores seem to be have dropped. Correct
Like in
me.
this measure, we stayed the same as last year, or the year before.
Yeah,
it's
but if we're approaching this and we have a program, we should have a goal in which we do have goals to improve scores, to lower absenteeism, and other stuff, because you're not in school, you're not learning type of thing. So I'm kind of perplexed over the process and the results, and whether I should be really angry and upset and like, how do we fix this, or is this a good tool to be using?
I mean, we have no choice, we have to use it, right?
Pardon me?
We have no choice, we have to.
We have to take the test, yep. And part of because they're so important, we do some things to try and get kids to attend to them and try.
Right.
So like, we'll give you an 11th grader who passes or gets a proficient or advanced, could get a grade bump in their senior year for the class that they took in that topic.
Right.
Because we want to say, hey, well, if you can pass in this standardized test, then you should get some kind of credit for it, to try and encourage kids to do their best and to try. But I do think, Lev, that it's not a great measure of how well we do.
But this is published,
Yep.
and so people pick up the paper,
Sure.
and they go, oh, this school I want my kid at the higher school.
Yeah. And you know what,
So-
many of those, the scores, one of the things that you can do that is a tell for that is that you can predict scores based on demographics for the most part. Now, we can do really well and we can overcome those estimates, right?
Right.
But sometimes it's the conditions in the world that are more of the tell about the result on a standardized test like this.
Sure.
But I hate to say that because I can give you a lot of reasons why this is not a great measure. But the bottom line is more of our students should be performing at proficient or advanced. And yes, we might be addressing other standards, we might be addressing other things, But the reality is, if a fourth grader can read really well, can make meaning out of their work, can do basic math skills and attends themselves, we should be getting better scores than proficient, or we should be getting more students proficient. So it's not a great tell of how well we're doing left, but it is a tell, and we should be able to do better than this.
So I have a question. So again, I'm just gonna use really basic numbers. So let's say there's 20 standards for English, right? And we've picked the 12 that we think are the most impactful and the most leaning. And then I think we can all agree that, we have our teacher partners and our parents and our students saying, there's too much curriculum, I don't have enough time, there's no way I can get through it. Why are we picking 12 then? Why don't we pick 10 and just do less?
Oh, I love this. This is a wonderful question. Research says that when you pick less and you do really well on those and you're thorough, you do better overall. So what we've actually done is we've picked guaranteed standards for each grade level. In English language arts, they get 3. And we're saying, this is what we're going to focus on. This is what we're going to guarantee. And eventually we'll have right now we're working on an elementary report card to match those. We're working on our teams that what the idea is, you pick 3 that have that have through lines all the way through the grade levels, and that have a lot of things that they touch when you're good at those, or when you've mastered those skills. And then we say, okay, we're gonna do an intervention cycle for that. So we're gonna teach it. Our group of teachers all figures out, what does that standard really mean? What are all the little components? They break that all apart. They decide as a grade level team, how are we gonna do this? They go teach it. Then they have an assessment. They've already decided it before they start teaching it. This will tell us if the kids got it. They give all the kids at the grade level that assessment. That's called a common formative assessment. It gives us that common information about all the students. Then we can do an intervention. All of us are third graders. We all should be able to read sight words or whatever it is. I got it, Left did, you did. So now Left's gonna go to the intervention group with a smaller
Here we
group.
go again.
The teacher that works, whose class, all of them got it, will go teach that smaller group. And that's what our grade level teams are doing with the PLC, Professional Learning Communities process. They identify the guaranteed standards, they create lessons that are gonna teach them, they teach them, they give an assessment, and then they do intervention cycles. And the idea is that if we can get, and like the CAPS Network, one of the speakers says, hey, at her school, she was the lowest performing school in Texas. They picked 1 guaranteed standard per grade level in each topic area. They mastered those. They ensured that every single kid mastered those topics. And they went from being the last in their district to one of the higher ones. Because the reality is, if you do something really well, and you do it thoroughly, and everybody gets it, and we make sure that even when you left Jamal behind, we pick him up and catch him up, then it will have a better impact in the long run. So that's what we try and do. Now, the reality is, there's 35, how many, I don't know the number off the top of my head, for English language arts standards in the 3rd grade, but way too many. And if we start to try and teach everything, what ends up happening is you teach the things you like to teach. But if you're really consistent and thoughtful about it, you do a good job of identifying the guaranteed standards, you do guarantee them, you do the interventions, you make sure that everybody got it, you extend for the kids that did get it already, then you will get a better result. And that's what we're trying to do. We've identified guaranteed standards at the K-8 level. We are working on setting up intervention groups and doing those things that will make sure that we can guarantee those standards for all of our kids.
Okay. I encourage you to pick 1 less standard still. Maite and I have had long conversations about this. We blame a lot of stuff on our students' anxiety and depression. We blame COVID, and we blame the world out there, and we blame social media. I think we have to take some blame for it too. I think we are asking too much of our students in the classroom every single day. I did not learn half the amount of stuff that my son is learning in school right now. I kind of turned out okay. Like it kind of worked for me. Think about when Left went to school. Life's really changed.
We had these rocks and these things, and the wheel, and we made them round, and we made the wagons work,
But I think we have to take some responsibility for our students of, if we're scoring fantastic on social and emotional and our mental health, and our students are having time to do all the sports, and this is staying steady, I could at least make an argument, well, at least our kids are mentally happy. If we're having kids getting burnt out and teachers are burnt out because they have too many things to teach and too many things to get through the day, then teach 1 less thing and teach those things that you're going to do and do it really, really, really well. If we spread ourselves too thin, this is what's going to happen. You're not going to know anything about anything. You're just going to be scattered. So.
I agree, and all the research backs us up in that, and that's, and also you think about for our staff, our teachers as well. But, what's the burden on them trying to figure out how to get 400 lessons in 180 days. It's a tough thing. And so I think you're
Well,
right.
we're gonna go over the calendar, and the poor Rancho
Yeah,
Cotati
that's
kids
right.
have 2 weeks less in one semester than they have in the other to learn the same amount of stuff, so I hope those ones have one less standard.
Well, and there's also, and, I mean, we're not here to talk about that right now, but there's also testing in different spring, and things. But yes,
Anyway.
absolutely.
So I have a
Sorry, we
question.
kinda, you're the one that gave us permission to talk during your
Yeah,
presentation.
no, I mean, we need to talk about this.
No.
Yeah.
We need to talk about it in depth, type of thing. The other question I have is, as students come to school, and I may, you can tell me if I'm totally wrong, but I think there's a whole different level now, due to social economical issues, that some kids are nowhere near as prepared as other kids.
Absolutely.
And the results, and then the burden on a teacher to try to bring those up to the level of the other things, and I hate, I'll go ahead and use as an example, I've got 7 grandchildren, and they're all doing extremely well in school. But, one daughter-in-law is a principal, the other daughter-in-law is a principal, a teacher. The other daughter-in-law, was valedictorian out of this school, second out of her school at Cal Poly. My boys didn't do as well as that, but those 7 grandchildren, when you look at their scores and look what the opportunities and the enrichment that they've been, the lucky to have the opportunities, therefore they're way ahead.
Yeah.
My 2nd grade granddaughter is like in 4th grade. And it's like, wait, why didn't my boys do that? My boys are a little different than girls at the younger ages, and you see different demographics. So, I'm like, how do we don't have the sources, we don't have the funds, we don't have the teachers to deal with the number of students that are coming without the tools, and then you expect to bring them up. And that might explain why our efficiency rates are not where they should
Absolutely.
be.
And all those things you mentioned compound
Oh,
over and
yeah.
over and by year. We saw from LJ this morning, one of the things that Principal Boggs mentioned was feeling there's an issue when the kids that are getting intervention don't get the enrichment and the electives, right? So now I might be taking an English language development course instead of getting to take an elective. Well, what impact does that have on my
huge.
engagement and my desire to come to school and how much time I'm paying attention to it, right?
Right.
So she's being really smart. I don't know if you saw in there, she's trying to come up with interventions that are highly engaging around an elective class, right? So instead of doing your intervention as, it's after school, just more work, it's like, hey, let's do a makerspace class. But that's also going to be language enriched to help the students that are English language learners and make it a development opportunity for them that's also fun and exciting. You can learn language talking about sports, right? How happy would you be to sit around and talk about the Giants?
Right.
And if that built your language skills at the same time, what a wonderful twofer, right? And that's what we're trying to do. But it all comes back to identifying what is the things that we want kids to learn and be able to do. How are we going to know if they got that? And then what are we going to do if they didn't? And then having the resources, like you mentioned, to do it. We're having staffing meetings with people today who are saying, hey, I need an intervention teacher. Well, that's expensive.
Yeah,
right?
well, yeah.
All those things matter. So that's all, I don't know how we went down this rabbit hole on a conversation about
It's not
You
a
just
rabbit
got to
hole,
the
that's-
first slide of English here.
Well, and the other part about
This is
this
gonna be
that
a
I
long
just want to say
presentation.
is we will be having a board work session where we can go into the very detail, because this is the dashboard, and all of those things are just super high level, right? It's not even by school, it's not by class, it's not, none of that. So these are the high level responses, and it's the stuff that is least satisfying and least actionable for us because of the way these assessments come out.
I hope you can come up with solutions, because I feel that, I don't know how to do, the ocean's separated, and the haves are succeeding, and the have-nots can't get across, and they're drowning. And I don't see, and I don't mean to be negative, I don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. And I see a huge job for education to try to make that ocean level again, to make it on a thing. And it's just, I guess because I'm older and experienced it, I've seen, I went through the system, and I watched my kids go through the system. I have a 47-year-old, so So it's just, it hurts.
Yeah.
I'm frustrated by that, and it'll be interesting when we get into it, how we can affect that. I wrote several letters to the governor and other people about education today, because I'm so frustrated with, you can celebrate, the people that do well, but there's that 60%. Is what are we doing, to help them along so they can be successful too? And that's difficult in this economy when the middle class, in my opinion, has gone away. I used to work for Hewlett Packard, and we had 6,000 employees in this county, and they cut 5,000. So there's a lot of talk about government jobs being cut. Well, the tech industry probably cut 30, 40,000 jobs from Sonoma County alone, type of thing, and those jobs are gone. And so it's difficult. I mean, it's really difficult for that, and then to expect teachers to be able to work miracles, understaffed, to do that is, so it'll be, if we can come up with a miracle, it'll be interesting. But I don't mean to be negative, but I'm not hopeful.
Okay. I have one question. So the rainbow on the bottom with the demographics, what does that mean?
So you can see how our district was placed into that orange band. Each demographic group also gets placed into their own color band.
So the English language, English learners, long-term English learners, and students with disabilities, they're in the red. So if you take out just their scores, they would be in the red. Red's not.
Okay, so that was how the ranking went with the scores.
Yeah, for those specific subgroups. The district as a total is orange, but those specific subgroups, if you pull them out, that's where they would rank.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Am I right?
And there's some though, and I was trying to make sense of that, but then I would see that in some of these demographics, there was no Asian in there. So
Correct.
why would they fall out?
So depending on which metric we're looking at, a subgroup may be too small to generate a color, because they won't give us disaggregated results if it's 11 or less students. So like when we're looking at like LPAC results, if we're just looking at students who are homeless and also English learners, that subgroup may be too small to actually generate a color, because they don't want to call out like the small number of students.
Yeah, there's one or so there.
It'd be way too easily identifiable. It's not fair to that subgroup. So when we look at larger things like English language arts, where it's the majority of grade levels, we get a lot more subgroups.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments on ELA?
We're going to beat Sonoma with their 10-hour board meetings.
I know, slide 1. All right, slide 2. So any questions on the colors, how they're generated? That little black box kind of shows you how we got into orange. All right, math. I'm going to give you a second to digest the numbers on the board. We are
And how unsatisfying, because that number 70, does it mean anything different than the 39 or the 47? Because we just had one that we were 20-something points under, and we were feeling bad about that.
Well, no, it's like, what does that mean? Does that mean I go and someone's got a job and they're not going to give me the right change? Or they're going to bill me incorrectly? Or they don't know how to do a checkbook? Or...
Oh, they don't know how to do a checkbook, Lef. I can guarantee you that one.
Yeah.
That one I am
Well,
positive
I mean, well,
on.
everything, you don't need a
Don't know how to
checkbook.
do
It's
that.
all on the phone type of thing. So, and there's apps to keep, but it's just like, what does that mean? I mean, when I went through school, I realized that after calculus, I'm done. Yeah, I'm not going any further type of thing. So, the trig and stuff I gave up, But I'm still a finance major, and I counted beans my whole life and whole career, and I did that fairly well. But I just don't know what 70.9 below standard means.
It also kind of goes back to what Dr. Fields was saying, is how much weight do you want to put on a single test that they take once a year?
And that's what I said earlier. What are we doing? Is this useless? Or and it's just frustrating.
I think what's important here is that we're paying attention to the subgroups who are still in the red. I think those are the subgroups that we need, because when you're working to support the subgroups, all boats rise, right? So we need to be looking at how we can support some of the students who fall into the red category. What are the things that we're doing? For example, our absenteeism, which you'll see later on, in a particular subgroup, that's a small group of students. We should be, what are we doing for that small group of students to make sure that they're able to show up at school? So I think this is a point in time. It's good information for us, and we want to get better, and we need to do the things in our individual classrooms to make that happen. And we need to pay attention to groups who have traditionally not excelled.
It goes back to my previous comment is resources and how much a person can do. I mean, yes, we can identify all the items. Yes, they need to be addressed. But what resources, are needed to do that? And unfortunately, we probably don't have the funding for those resources needed.
We good to move on from that? This is the same information in a different viewpoint. It's just showing ELA on the left, mathematics on the right, and just percent of students that scored proficient or not.
I find this a little bit useful because, you look at the proficient, right, and that you're like, oh, well, what does that mean? But there's also the kids that are nearly proficient or approaching the standard. And I think that we look at where that is. Do our numbers fall in the far below the standard, or is there, are we close, and are there things that we can do for those kids?
For math, is in 11th grade, is it going through Algebra 2?
Yes.
It does? And does Rancho require 3 years of math too? Do all Rancho students take Algebra 2?
I can answer that.
Oh, sorry. So everyone in all of our high schools will have taken the classes that they need to take this test.
I think the difficulty, and I was in the math department with Jen at Rancho, is the juniors who haven't gotten to Algebra 2 yet and are taking the SBAC test in math are being tested on a course that they haven't yet taken. So that was one of the reasons that I know Rancho is working on getting algebra for all of our freshmen, and we are working on finding the students who need the supported class so that they have the help they need to get through Algebra 1. So in the hopes that they can do Algebra 1 as freshmen, geometries, and then Algebra 2. One of the benefits of the 4x4 is that as a freshman or a sophomore, if they don't pass that class, they do have a couple more opportunities to take it. So we're hoping we can get all of those students through Algebra 2, because on top of that, the JC is requiring students to have Algebra 2 done before they get to them.
Okay. So going forward, all of our students have to have Algebra 2 to graduate?
I don't think that's the exact wording yet, so I'm not going to say
Okay.
yes, but they need to have 3 years of math.
Okay. And then because of Rancho's 4x4 schedule, when do they take this test?
Spring.
But like March or? Because so like a tech high student that's taking this test in March is 7/8 of the way through Algebra 2, but a Rancho student's.
Or maybe 2 years past it is another issue, right? If I took algebra freshman year, and then I might not have taken the topics that are on this test in a couple of years by the time I do it at 11th grade. Because I might be in advanced math, I've taken calc, I'm doing trig, of all the things that stopped doing, and now I don't, but one of the, so there's strategies we can do that too. Have a little refresher, we for the kids that are doing complex math, we gotta go back and remember, here's what this looked like, right?
Right.
But you're right, there is a difference in who's taking it, how fresh was the instruction of those topics, depending on when you took those classes and where.
And if you only retain, studies show that you take this class, and I may study real well, and I play the game, and I pass the test, and 2 months later, I'm not using that. I think, I don't need that anymore, and then you're going to give me a test 6-8 months later, and I go, oh, shoot, I crammed, and I remember the test, but now I don't.
Yep.
Do we get to pick the day that this test is, or is it?
You get a window.
And do we pick?
It's a short window, it's not like you could do all year or anything. How long's the window, Maestro?
This year, the window opens in March and runs to the end of the school year.
So we could push it back in Rancho so that the students have a pretty darn full year of Algebra 2.
You can, and then you're also battling against students who completed that course in the prior semester and how long they had before they take the test to lose that knowledge.
Well, I guarantee those students at least learned it. The second group of students has not learned it. So at least in the first group, it might be there somewhere. The second group of students, but maybe it's not that big of a deal. But it just seems like we're shooting ourselves. I love the 4x4. Don't think I'm like, we should get rid of it just because of this stupid test. But if we're doing, the earlier we do it, the less our second semester Algebra 2 students know.
Let me give you an everyday life example. I've been driving for 60 years, and I had to take the written test over again.
Oh, how many times you have
And
to
it's
take it?
like, okay, I gotta cram it, I gotta memorize all this stuff because I don't want to fail my written driving test. I mean, I drive 15 to 20,000 miles a year, and I haven't been in accidents, and I still seem to know the rules of the road. But then all the technicalities, if I hadn't gone back to read, okay, do this and that, I would have failed that test. I've crammed for it. But if you asked me to take that test tomorrow without going to review that stuff, I may fail that test. Does that represent my driving skill?
Right.
Don't comment on that with a Corvette, but but no. So it's just things don't apply. So
It's a good example.
yeah.
Our next indicator is the English Learner Progress Indicator. This one is slightly tricky because it does reflect our results of the LPAC, but not directly. So this is not the percent of students who passed the LPAC, it is the percent of students who either went up one level or maintained their level.
We're doing better than California, that's all I see in that.
Oh, we are. This is kind of my little happy spot. Although 18.4% proficient seems like a super small number, something to consider is those 18% who pass are then reclassified. So they don't even take the test next year. So all of our students who pass are not even going to be in our cohort who takes it the next year. So we kind of keep having to push them up the line. And this is also where we've been focusing a lot of our efforts because, as you probably noticed, our English learners and our long-term English learners are in the red in several categories. So we want to put additional effort into supporting them.
So if I'm an English language learner and I came in elementary school where they take this every year, right?
Yep.
And I literally just came to school the day before we happened to take this test, I'm going to not be proficient.
That's right.
Right?
Correct.
So we're never going to have 100% proficiency in this because then we wouldn't need this program to begin with,
That's
right?
right.
Okay.
And if you pass it your second grade year, you're not going to take it again.
Okay.
So basically, we remove our highest performing students.
So
from
these
our
are the students that we already know are not
Why don't you
proficient
do
in
that for
English
driver's
taking this.
license? Give it to me once.
So 18.47 were proficient enough. You could almost argue that we had 18.47 students in a program they didn't need to be in because when they took the test, they were proficient and they can be done now, right?
They do take it at the end of the school year.
Well, but yeah,
So-
yeah. I'm not saying it's a complete
Yeah.
waste, but it's like, okay, you're done. Like this test says you're good to go.
Yep, we showed that 18.47% of students are ready to be reclassified, at least according to the LPAC.
And we're going to see probably close to 100 of them or so in here in a few months
Yay.
who are reclassified, meaning they took the test, they got the scores to pass, saying they're English proficient.
I just have another comment. Haven't they dropped the SAT and the ACT for college?
For some of them.
Some of them? It's just, I mean, this isn't obviously a requirement for getting into college, where you were proficiently, it's grades and other things.
I hope not, because in a couple slides, it's going to say that
I
we
know,
weren't so great
but
at
it's just, to me, it almost seems broken.
All right.
All
Don't
right.
shoot the messenger.
Yeah, keep going.
All right.
See more broken.
Similar graph showing that 18.4% of our students last year scored a 4. We can kind of see those level 3s, that about 33% of our students, we expect a good chunk of them to inch their way into getting a 4. Something to think about when we're talking about 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, is that's not just a straight score. It's that big, long scaled score, so there's going to be a large difference between a student who scored a bottom of a 3 and a top of a 3. A student who scored maybe just over the bridge of a 2, getting into a 3 last year, may still score a 3 this year, and that's not unexpected. They still made a huge jump in progress, just not quite enough to get over that bar to a 4.
And then the test changes. At certain grade levels, it's much more difficult to get a 4 than at others. So like we know, if we don't have a kid that's reclassified by the time they get to 9th grade, it's a problem. Because it's much more difficult of an assessment. There's other cutoff points that are make it more difficult too.
All right, chronic absenteeism. In chronic absenteeism, we want this number to go down. So this is one metric where a low number is a good thing. We did decrease our chronic absenteeism by almost 3% from the prior year, and based on the work that we've been doing this year, we're expected to see it decrease again. We've been seeing a gradual decrease in our chronic absenteeism since students came back from COVID, and we just want to continue that trend.
3 years ago, I believe we were at 50%.
Yep. So
What
we're
is the
getting there.
definition of chronic? I think, is it more than so many days a year?
10%.
5? 10? 10%. So out of 180 academic
days.
years, as we talk in our calendar type things, would be 18 days. So students with more than 18 days chronic.
But it's, and I could be wrong, but the way Matt explained it, it's like a rolling average. So if, like, it's not at the end of the year, if you missed 18 days, you're chronic. Within the first month, let's say we've had 20 school days. If you've missed
18%
2 of them,
or
you are now
10%.
chronic. Yeah, so if you've missed 2 of the first 20 school days, you are now a chronic absenteeism. But as the days go on, if you've only missed those 2, if you've missed 2 out of 40, you are not chronic absent anymore. So it's a rolling average as the year goes.
A rolling average starting at the beginning of the year?
Yes.
All right.
So if you miss a day on the first week of school, you're chronic absent until you're
11 days.
More days under you.
So if I come in the middle of the year,
well, then your clock starts then.
yeah, I missed 10 minutes, I'm in trouble.
Yep.
I'm in the hole, negative. So I mean, it's just, okay,
It's kind of a funny metric to look at mid-year.
right. Well, absenteeism relates to dollars too, so it's a bigger issue. I mean, it's a bigger issue for the student learning, and it's a big issue for us financially.
All right, graduation rate. CRPUSD as a whole had an 88.1% graduation rate. However, both of our comprehensive high schools maintained a graduation rate of over 90%. We did see a dip in our alt ed graduation rate, which is what brought us down 1.4% from the prior year. But we're still beating California.
When we look at graduation rate, are we looking at, if we had to divide that out, how many are college-ready versus not college-ready?
Wait till you see the next slide, Lev.
Pardon me?
The next
That's the next
slide.
slide?
Oh,
I'm-
no,
I'm-
it's a couple more.
Okay.
Sorry, I peeked ahead.
That's okay.
There we go.
Suspension
Oh, no,
rates,
that's
we
it.
did decrease our suspension rates by 0.3% from the prior year. We are still working with restorative conferences and actions to keep reducing that number down.
There it is.
All right, what you were talking about, Lev, college and career readiness. This slide just kind of gives you an overview of what they consider college and career ready to be. So it can be a combination of these 8 factors, and there's one that they did not actually put on here, which I believe is job apprenticeships and internships, which leads towards career readiness. But if a student has a combination of these factors, they are considered college or career ready. The CRPUSD as a whole had 39.5% of students that were considered college and career prepared. This is an increase of 1.8 from the prior year.
But still below California average.
Yes.
Now this, to me, is more important.
Well, wait, go back up for a second. This is shenanigans here. Okay, so in order to be considered college or career ready according to this, I either have to probably score something on the CASP. Is that what the number 1 means?
Yep.
Okay.
Passing on both
And we
ELA
already know
and math.
that test is, we don't like it. Okay, I have to take an AP class, but I can graduate and go to college without taking an AP class. We don't do IB. a college credit course would be an honors course or an AP course, right?
Or a class taken at the community college.
Or a class at the community college, okay. State seal of biliteracy, you have to do all the bilingual things. And then you have to have leadership. So if I'm in ASB, would that be a leadership thing?
At least one, they don't want them all. It says
No,
up
no, no,
there-
but I'm trying to say, like, I could literally graduate from one of our high schools and go to college without doing any of those things. I could score low on the CASP because I had a bad day or not take it. I don't have to take an AP class. We don't do IB. I did not take a class at the JC or an AP class, so I don't have college credit. I'm only going to take 2 years of Spanish, so I'm not going to get the state seal of biliteracy. I'm not going to do ASB or join the military. And number 8's all of those above. So
How many of our students do you think that is?
probably quite a few.
So
I know a lot of
is
friends.
A through G, if you've met the A through G to be eligible for CSU or UC.
Which one's
plus
A to
one
G?
of those things.
Number 8.
Number 8.
But
So
you
you're
have to have
talking
A
about
through G
people that have
plus a
gone-
combination of high SBAC scores, college credit, AP or IB exams, or completion of a CTE pathway.
this
No,
is
you
one-
could do, you can do 8 and not, you can do every single, no, you could not do one of those, because I can take every single A to G class and it says plus one of these below. I don't want to do, I didn't take the SBAC, I didn't take a college credit class, I didn't take an AP, we don't do IB, and I didn't do a CTE pathway. So,
You could. You
So-
could be college ready and not meet this criteria.
yeah,
Right.
and I'm sure we have plenty of students that graduate one of our schools
And-
that don't
and now
ever.
that we just devalued this measure, it's
Yeah.
one that I think we're going to go up in.
Okay, great.
And here's why, because we're doing some things that Rancho is developing a agreement with SSU about ability to take classes. All of our high school students have the ability to take classes at colleges. I think those efforts in the CTE pathways
Yeah.
are going to increase our performance on this one. But yep, you're right. It's an imperfect measure as well.
So does the next slide show how many actually go to college? Come on, versus being ready to go to college?
It does
No, we don't have it.
not measure.
No, it does not report our
Which is too bad.
post-secondary data.
I think it just also goes back to my thing of like, I don't think you need to do all those things to be college and career ready. And we have students that don't do some of those things. I'm not saying that any of those things are bad, but by forcing kids to take an AP class or forcing kids to do CTE that maybe shouldn't, and maybe that's not the right class for them, but to say that you have to do one of these in order to be college or career ready, I think is bullshit. So, and then we turn around and we say that our kids have too much anxiety and they have too much depression, and we're trying to fit all of our kids into that box and say, that's what you have to do to be college or career ready. And
Or-
I don't think that's fair.
Or what about, or college or career? It'd be interesting to know is how many 12th graders have graduated and make the choice at that time either to go to college or go into a career. Or it'd be interesting how many of them are not prepared and do nothing. Live at home or become homeless or whatever. I mean, I would say if you go in the service, the military thing, that's a career. I would say if you don't go on to college and you get a job someplace, and that's a career. It just, are we preparing our students to be successful in life?
I
Either
think we
going on to
are.
college or going on to career, I would call either of those two successful.
Right.
You don't have to go to college to be successful.
Well, that's what this, it's saying college or career prepared, and
That's
that's what.
just a measure of how we come up with this formula.
Right.
The question I'm asking is, what's happening to the students? I mean, how many of them, at least I would think from a failure standpoint, is drop out and do nothing?
Yeah.
But maybe that's, maybe they had a trust fund and don't have to do that, so. I don't know, the whole system is questions.
And plus, I think, preparing them for college, because it gets really tough in college, so you want to pile it on a little bit to build up some muscle, because a lot of kids do collapse in college because of nervous breakdowns, right? Because it's so rough.
Yeah,
So I don't know.
I just
Too
don't want
much
our students
partying.
thinking that they have to check
Lack
one of
of-
those boxes in order to be successful in life, because there's a lot of people that are successful without.
Oh, absolutely.
Checking one of
I'm
those.
one of them.
So. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, there is a eligibility for differentiated assistance. We were in differentiated assistance last year. We will be in differentiated assistance again this year. There are 4 different methods that a district or county office can basically be used to get into differentiated assistance. We are just using method 1. One of our student groups meets the criteria in at least 2 priority areas. So what that means is these are our 4 demographic groups that we will be in differentiated assistance for, and the LCFF priority areas for which we are in differentiated assistance for that subgroup. So for example, for our English learners, we are in differentiated assistance based on their ELA and math achievement scores and their college and career readiness.
Now, sorry to interrupt, Leicester. The year before, we were in it for a totally different set of reasons. And some of those we improved in, and they are no longer a reason. Something else popped up. So it's a varying, you might meet some requirements and then others might.
Also, something to note is the long-term English learner subgroup it existed, but not in this way until this year. So that is a completely brand new subgroup for the dashboard. So the fact that we're in differentiated assistance for it means it was just a new subgroup that was created. What differentiated assistance does give us is collaborative meetings with our county office, focused long-term system-wide improvement goals, engagement with multiple educational partners, assigned support teams from our county office who will meet with CRPUSD support teams to create long-term improvement for students, close tracking of student subgroup data, and multilingual learner team support at Technology Middle School. We've been working with our county office to create a very focused plan so that it's actually something sustainable. We have been working with our Technology Middle School ELD and ELA teachers and our county office representatives to create a plan to help improve those state test scores. All right, I'm going to hand it over to Kristen, who's going to be talking about the LCAP.
Thank you. She's like, I'm
Don't
out of
go
here.
away.
I'm running away before they see any more questions.
Don't run too far. My name's Kristen Lassell. I'm a curriculum specialist, and I'm going to be going over the LCAP mid-year. Hopefully, some of the things that I'm going to talk about kind of tell you the areas that we're working on to hopefully increase some of those dashboard scores. Okay, and I'm not going to read everything to you. I'm just going to give a little summary. And again, feel free to ask me questions. We can have a little discussion about it too. So our first goal focuses on improving instructional outcomes and reducing disparities to ensure all students receive an equitable and inclusive education. This year, we've seen progress, including a drop in chronic absenteeism, gains in LPAC proficiency, and over 10% of our multilingual learner students being reclassified. We've also expanded support by hiring 2 instructional coaches. Moving forward, we're strengthening instruction through guaranteed standards, ongoing professional development, our new science curriculum implementation, and continued PLC collaboration. Any questions on LCAP Goal 1 and any of our celebrations or next steps? This is our current budget for LCAP Goal number 1 and what we have currently spent in that budget.
Is the budget for the full school year and the actual is year to date?
Okay. Goal number 2. Our second goal focuses on fostering a safe, inclusive, and supportive learning environment for both students and staff. This year we've made progress by reducing suspension disproportionality, improving attendance rates, and ensuring all sites have PBIS support with an assigned coach. Next, we're strengthening our efforts through restorative and PBIS site team training, implementing site-based restorative circles, and continuing our Welcoming Schools initiatives. And our budget and what we have spent so far for Goal 2. Our third goal focuses on strengthening engagement with parents, family, and community partners to support student success. This year, we've seen increased parent interaction on Parent Square, regular ELAC meetings at all required schools, and a significant rise in DLAC participation. Additionally, our community liaisons have developed targeted resources for multilingual learner families
Next, we'll analyze data from the Youth Truth Survey and celebrate student achievement at the reclassification ceremony in April.
When do we get the data for the Youth Truth?
The Youth Truth Survey just closed on January 31st, and I believe they said it's about 6 weeks out. Leicester and I are two of the people that will be looking at some of that data.
Thanks.
There's our current budget and what we have currently spent.
Can we back up to your
April
other
10th
slide?
is the reclassification ceremony?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
I got, April 10th is the reclassification ceremony. I don't think I
Yes.
had that. Did we have that on our calendars?
So,
Did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question. So parent participation is key in my view, and I think other other educators to success. And I don't know what 8% increase on parent-guardian interaction on Parent Square is, but is there any way, well, I know there's no way, I mean, how many parents participate 100% in their students' education? I mean, you might not have two parents at home, you might, you might have those parents working. It's just, this is a big area for success for kids. And I don't know how this tells me that we're getting our parents engaged and our parents value. And if you look at different groups, and you see successes, you see it in different social groups, different race groups and stuff, and that might not be true for everything, but until we conquer this, parent participation and parent value in education, we're not going to be successful, or we'll be less successful. I'm going to say not successful, we'll be less successful. So I think we could increase our score results by magnitude and whatever, if you could get every parent to value and participate and pay attention to their students' achievement, and not drop them off for babysitting service when they're in TK and pick them up when they're in 12th grade.
I think the hard part is classifying what it means for a parent to be 100% involved with a student, especially our parents that have to work 7 days a week and they don't have the ability to come in and help out at boosters or at staff meetings. I do think that the Parent Square one, though, of 8% increase is really good. Parent Square is one of our really big ways to get a hold of our parents. I've done many Parent Squares, and you can see the statistics on there of how many parents have read the alert, the information. So I think that's a really good one for parents, especially those parents that they're really busy and they're just not available in the middle of the school day. But I agree, it's always wonderful to get as many parents as we possibly can, and those parents who have the ability to, and we would love to invite them in more often.
And there's more efforts than just Parent Square, right?
Oh, yeah.
At University Elementary, Christine Lundy has identified 3 things that she thinks is like full board participation. Come to the parent-teacher conference, you go to back to school night, and you come to one event. And so now they're tracking that for all of their parents. And if you didn't go to back to school night, you didn't go to a parent event, then you're prioritized for the parent-teacher conference. If you went to the parent-teacher conference but you haven't come to back to school night, you get a personal invite to the back to school or the event. So we are trying to track that and working on it. And you're right, it's more than
Those are
just
3
one
things. I'm talking about every night.
Yeah. No,
Every night, sitting down and saying, what did you do today? What do you have to be prepared to do tomorrow? How can I help you? Am I reading to you every night? I mean, as opposed, so those are the crucial thing. I mean, we have to, instill that on parents to the success and partnership so we can, although I greatly appreciate what they're doing at University Elementary, that's a step forward.
And that's just one example. All the schools are doing
Right,
this.
yeah.
That's great.
I wish I had Parent Square when I was a working mother. The times I stayed up till midnight because I found out that night that they had a project due the next day.
Gives you a little bit of forewarning.
Passage.
Go through the backpack and find it. Oh, look at this. What's this? I don't know.
When's this due tomorrow? Yeah, thank goodness for Parent Square.
Any other questions on goal 3? Okay, I think we looked at that already. Goal 4. So our 4th goal is centered on improving academic outcomes for multilingual learners. This year, we've gained We've seen gains in SBAC ELA scores for our long-term English language students, an increase in LPAC proficiency, and a large reduction in chronic absentee amongst our multilingual learner students. Additionally, 22 students earned the seal of biliteracy. Moving forward, we've piloted a multilingual learner program at Technology Middle School, provided targeted training for EL assistants, and enhanced translation services through our community liaisons' participation in a specialized workshop. And that is our current budget and what we have currently spent. Any Goal 4 questions? Okay, Goal 5. This goal was originally established based on our district-wide student enrollment meeting a specific criteria. However, as our enrollment no longer meets this requirement at a district level, we have not allocated these funds and anticipate the need to return them. So you'll notice that it was a $50,000 budget, which I believe is the smallest allocation for something like this. And since we no longer meet the criteria for this particular incident, we have not spent any of it.
Was this the paperwork thing? Okay.
Equity multiplier.
Yeah. Any other questions?
I feel like you got off easy there.
Hey, I answered one of the questions in Lystra's part too. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
So-
you.
Wait,
Thank you.
no, you don't get off that easy.
Oh, go for it.
Sorry. Okay.
So LCAP is dictated by the state, correct?
Yes.
If I had a magic wand and I could ask principals and teachers and students and parents, what do I need to learn and focus on to be successful? Obviously, I need to learn to read, and in studies and math and other stuff, the 3 R's type thing when I went to school. It just seems like you've got all this stuff going on, and you've got this tool to measure it, and I can't buy that the tool's successful. I don't see that. Because we're not changing, and in the testing process, it doesn't work for me. So I don't know what the solution is. If I had to ask, if I had to ask questions of the superintendents throughout the state or wherever, what is the ideal model for education and evaluating that education? When I went to school, it was, grades, attendance, achievement. And now we've got, that's still there, kind of. The process has changed, but it doesn't seem we're being as successful by some of the indicators. So if you had a magic wand, what would we do to replace this? Or I mean, that's a big question, and I don't expect anyone to have the answer, but that's just something I'm putting out there. Is there some other measure, Jamal, if you go back to the STAR testing or whatever before that type of thing, have we gotten so out of whack with this LCAP system? So, I just questions. It just doesn't seem to be working for me. I can say that as a board member. You people might not be able to say that as educators, but, and I'm only one board member, so that's just kind of how I feel about it right now.
So if we look at the LCAP, though, we don't use the state. We use the STAR and the SBAC, right, to measure our performance?
For many of them, we use both, though.
Both.
All of the, and you'll see in the next item is the LCAP mid-year monitoring
Right.
report, and it has all of our metrics that tell you how we're measuring progress towards each goal.
So that's what I'm looking at right now. So for STAR Math, it says at the mid-year, 52% of our students are at or above the benchmark, and this had 20% of our students are meeting it. So what's so different from the STAR Math to the state testing that in STAR Math our students do pretty well, but in the state testing, they are not doing well. Do
Did
we
we
get to
let
pick
Leicester
the
lead
questions
yet?
on the
'Cause she
STAR
could give
math
us- I mean-
test?
No, she hasn't left yet. I do want to say one thing about like the STAR Math is that the students can take it multiple times. So it's not just how they were doing on one particular day. And I know that
That's
Leicester can talk
fantastic.
much more to that.
That's nice.
So with STAR Math, another metric to consider is that the state has its own benchmark for where it thinks students should be. STAR Math, part of it is measuring against nationwide how students are actually performing. So kind of
So is
to
it
your,
kind of like STAR Math almost has its own little bell curve? Like this is, in this group, this is where the average person lives and your students are close to it or?
it does, but when I did a correlation test between STAR and actual state results, the correlation was high to very high. So they do still line up.
Yeah.
The other part of STAR Math is it's a much more low-stakes test in a student's mind, so they're not going to feel that additional pressure when they're having to take that big end-of-year test. Where when they're feeling that pressure and they're taking that math test and they get to something that they kind of know, they may not feel it's worth the effort. They're too stressed out. They're just going to click on a response and move to the next one.
Thank you.
I know we haven't solved all of education, but is there any other questions?
Why
Thank
not?
you both.
Yes,
Yes,
thank you.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I
Very
told you it was
And
supposed to
please,
be a
we know that
20-minute
you're just the messenger,
No, the
so
board asked
when
you
we
didn't
tell you this
us
stuff sucks,
it
it's
was
not
20
you.
minutes.
Okay, so next up, let's hit an item 9B and then take a 5-minute break. Does that sound good? Okay, 9B, Dr. Fields.
So 9B is the LCAP mid-year monitoring report. For the LCAP, we are required to submit a mid-year monitoring report that looks at all of the metrics that we've identified for each of our standards and where we are if we have mid-year data. And as Michelle pointed out, some of that is our STAR scores, some of it is our CASP scores, things like that. Some of the data, some of the measures have things that we can look at mid-year and some don't. So for some of them, we've just put in last year's CASP data because it was the most recent data that we have. For some, we've put in first trimester scores for STAR. So the report itself, it goes through each of the metrics and tells you in the column that's shaded, orange or mauve or whatever it is that's where if we put in the most recent data that we have for that measure. And then in the second part of it, it also asks us to look at each of the activities and where we are with those, if we have mid-year data. But it also asks us what's the implementation level, and it gives us an options, partially implemented, ongoing, or done, and we indicate to them whether or not we've implemented that action. And then we have to put in the funds that you just saw for what we budgeted for and what we have spent so far. And so that's this report. It's pretty simple and clear cut. So if you have any questions, feel free to let me know.
Okay, thank you. Do we, so in some of these you have like oh, never mind, it says for 26, 27. I forgot, it's 3 years. Okay, carry on. I was gonna say, there's no way you're gonna meet this goal. The school year's only 3 months left.
Yeah, no, there's.
But you got a couple years, so
Yeah.
you're okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Any questions, discussion? All right, may I have a motion to approve item 9A, approval of 24-25 LCAP mid-year monitoring report?
I move.
And a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 4-0 with 1 absence. And with that, we'll take a 5-minute break, coming back at 8:05, 7 minutes.
Okay, got
Did you order pizza?
get started. And let's see, where are we? We're at 10, item 10A, approval of school
We
calendar.
have to start it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, meeting back in order at 8:09 PM. Item 10B, approval of school calendars for 25, 26.
We have Jen Hansen here to answer any questions.
Hi, everyone. So we met a few times with our calendar committee and are bringing these two calendars to the board for approval tonight. So just a few kind of notable changes and things that that we were able to accomplish this year with this calendar. So one challenge that we had last year with, especially at the elementary sites, was we have a great deal of mandated training that all of our employees are required to do annually. So, and it's about 6 hours. So we were kind of breaking that up throughout the school year, and that made it so the principals couldn't meet with their teachers. So what we decided, and this was one of the things we worked on last week at IBB that Lisa was mentioning, is that we're actually going to be taking one of our professional development days. We have 3 per year, and dedicating that for mandated trainings for all of our staff. So then the trainings will be done, and we can all move on and move into the school year. So for both of the calendars, we made that the first day, and we're also making it not required for people to come on site to do that, because you really can do them from anywhere, and the point is that they're getting done, and we are compliant with that.
Okay, so attendance is required. It can be virtual or
Yes.
on-site.
Yes, yeah, you
Okay.
can absolutely come to work and do them. You can also do them from your couch or in Hawaii, where as long as we get the trainings done that are allocated to each person, we're good to go, and those are due by September 30th. So that's one change. And then starting on the 13th, which is the same day as Santa Rosa, we do need to try to follow Santa Rosa's calendar as closely as possible due to busing with West County Transportation. We will also have a professional development day with our district kickoff before school starts. And then our third professional development day will be on September 19th. So just a few weeks after, we'll get some more PD out to our teachers. The
Okay,
other
wait,
kind.
sorry, I'm confused. So teachers' contracts, is that the way you would say it, starts on August 7th? Is that their first workday?
Yes, but they don't have to report to work on that day. That's just the day they're dedicating, because it's 6 hours of training that they'll have to do. So their work that day is to do those trainings.
So do they need to have it in by like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, or how do we know
No,
if
it's
people do
really
it?
due by September 30th. So if people don't get them done by that date, then we have them take a sick day or a PN day to come in and do them on their own time. So we do require that they are done, but we've never done that this way before, so we could also make sure that everybody has them done by that day too. But as far as for like the law, it just has to be done by September 30th. But we could absolutely require that like everyone is done on the 7th. We could do that too.
So if it's the first day of school and we're saying that people don't have to, I'm okay with people doing it virtually, but you said they could do it from anywhere. So if I don't do it on the 7th, would I just have to, because I'm in Hawaii and don't want to come back, would I just have to do this sometime on my own time?
Yeah, you just do it on your own time. So the trainings actually open up on July 1st. So a lot of people do them in July when it's still summer, and they just get them done. So like if it were me personally, and I was on vacation, I would do them beforehand and then just take that extra day. So the point is we have to give the time for the training, and that's what we're doing by giving the time on that PD day.
Okay. I'm not loving the idea that we have a teacher work day and then we're telling people that you don't actually have to work that day.
Yeah, this is a complicated situation. We have to give them the time because it has to be done within their workday.
But if we have to give them the time, why wouldn't we say you have to work that day? I guess that's what I don't understand. Why would they come to school on Monday then?
I mean, they essentially are, but they just are free to do it wherever they like. So, but the work though, they're spending 6 hours working
We can put a time parameter on it.
I'm not sure that the message should be, the first day of school is August 7th, we don't care if you come or not.
Yeah, I agree. We'll need to change that messaging.
Okay. Just
It's having them do it during staff meeting time was really problematic because staff, they were dedicating the first 3 or 4 staff meetings to getting this done and not being able to meet with their staff. So we had to build it into somewhere that it's impacting professional development, which is problematic, but we had to put it in somewhere where they could get it done on time, on paid time.
And that's like the sexual harassment.
It's
and-
all of the
Mhm,
bloodborne
all of it.
pathogens.
It's like
It's
5
all
of them or something.
It has increased from 90 minutes of training
Yeah,
to 6
correct.
hours of training
Mhm.
with everything that has been added to it and with no time or additional funding to pay for it in any other way. And we also have CSCA and SEIU that has to also participate in the training.
So just clarity on this, so if I come and do it here in person, am I doing it on a computer?
Yes.
It's all done on a computer.
Everything is computerized.
So if I don't finish in that 6 hours, then I gotta go do it on my own somewhere else?
You have till the end then.
Yeah, the time that the company that we use for this, and it's a free program that's provided through ResIG, they allocate, okay, this training is 55 minutes, this is 35 minutes. So we add up the time, and that's how much we give to the employees. A lot of people do them faster than that. It doesn't, a 55-minute training might only take someone 20, but because the time is stated that, we have to give the full amount. Also, to answer your question too, there are a lot of people, like I said, that when the trainings are released on July 1st, they just get them done. So if they're done with their trainings and they've accomplished the task that we need them to accomplish on the 7th, that's the plan for the day, is to complete the training. So if they're done, they're done. We just care that they're getting done.
So the follow-up and ensuring that they're done isn't a hassle, tracking down the...
No, the system is great. It's called Public School Works, and this is, I believe, our 2nd year using it, and the employees get automated reminders of, this is due, and we can run a report and see who hasn't done things, and those employees that haven't met it by the September 30th deadline, we do reach out to them, and we say, you've got to complete this, and we have had a handful of people that didn't do it by that deadline, and then they needed to take a PN day, and actually have them come to HR and do the trainings to get them completed. So we
Because
have a
they're not
much
allo-
higher completion rate than we used to.
Yeah, they're not allowed in the classroom if they haven't. Right?
Exactly, exactly. They technically can't be teaching if they haven't. It's mainly, the one that has the September 30th date is the child abuse training, which is probably the most
that's huge.
important one. Sexual harassment's also very important.
So are we making them take so now I'm like, so now we're gonna have employees coming in that were, like, I can't have one of my employees come in and not pay them. That's against, I know union contracts are different than labor law, but I have to pay them a minimum of 2 hours if they come in, it's our thing. So is the reason we're making them take a personal necessity day is because we know that they didn't take the training on August 7th?
Right.
Okay, so shouldn't they, in theory, have it done by August 29th so that it's done in the same pay cycle that?
Yeah, like I said, we've never done it this way where we've had the PN day, and we can, now that it's actually on the calendar as like, this is the day you're doing trainings, we could say they have to be done by the end of the day on the 7th.
But to your question about the pay cycle, John's better posed to answer this, is it's spread out through the,
Right, okay.
right.
Yeah, but I'm not paying you for the 7th if you didn't actually do your work on the 7th. We'll try it. It just sounds so weird to me that we have, it's fine.
Well, maybe if
I'm
they
gonna
did it
volunteer.
before the 7th, they won't get paid until the 7th. Sometimes they do that, right? You can do the training, but you won't get paid for that until the 7th because it applies. Like, let's say you did July
In that pay
1st.
period. If you do it before that pay period or your first pay period, yeah, so you've worked in advance, which.
It's fine.
Right, no, I understand.
Right, yeah.
The time has to be allocated to them,
Right.
Right.
where they choose to use that time.
Mhm.
We hope that they use it on the 7th,
Yeah.
right? But if they choose to use it at another time, I mean, people will likely spend that day in their classroom if they do
Right.
it earlier,
You betcha.
right? That's likely where they'll be spending their time. But the intent is we have to provide the time, and they have to get it done by a certain date. And we could impose a date on that to help with the issue of it being August, or whatever it is, August 7th.
So what day do teachers come back to work?
So the date that we're actually having them report back to work officially, because they can come on the 7th if they want, or not, PK through 8 teachers report on the 8th of August, and then our our high school teachers come back on the 11th. And the reason why that is our PK through 8 teachers have 2 teacher work days prior to the school year starting. And our high school teachers, if you look in December, if you jump down to December 19th, that is their second teacher work day. So that is for grading and setting up for the new semester. And at Rancho, because of the 4x4 schedule, they're essentially setting up for a whole new school year. So they're wrapping up their finals from semester 1, and then for semester 2, they're starting over again. So that's the 19th is a day off for PK through 8. And it's a non-student day for everyone, but it's a work day for the high school teachers for the grading. So that's why elementary and middle school teachers start one day earlier in August.
Okay.
Another kind of accomplishment that we were able to do this year was, I don't know if you remember last year, but we had many more calendars to approve. So this year, Rancho teachers did vote to end their semester at winter break there, and so they're on the same schedule as Tech High, which doesn't seem like it would be a really big deal, but like at the district level, with creating calendars for our staff, and also for, I don't know if just you remember January this year, it got a little bit messy with having to take an extra day off around Martin Luther King Day. There was a lot of confusion with parents, with staff, like, am I working? Is it a school day or not? So what that does is it does make the Rancho semesters a little bit more unbalanced. So their first semester is 83 days, and the second is 97 days. So the second semester is longer. However, like Lisa was explaining, there's Unity Week, we have AP testing, we have CASP testing. It's kind of okay that the semesters aren't completely balanced, but that's definitely a factor in just instructional days being less in the first semester. But they were good with it, and they wanted to move forward with that. Also, we got some feedback from students and families as well, that it was kind of hard for them they would prefer to end at the winter break, opposed to, studying a bunch over winter break, coming back for another week or two, then having finals. It just didn't seem to flow very well for people. People like to come back to a new year, new semester, fresh start. So that was helpful.
Question on that?
Yeah.
So we have a difference of 14 days between the two semesters. So how many days of instruction? Because you're saying there's testing. Did you say Unity Week?
Yeah, Unity Week is this week.
So how does Unity Week work with reducing my instruction days?
I think they operate on a different bell schedule, I believe. I'm not exactly sure. Jen, how does it work?
Because 14 days is 3 school weeks, right?
It is about 3 weeks, yeah. So, but they were able to make it work, like, and we did this 2 years ago as well. So we've kind of flipped back and forth with like when the Rancho semester has ended. So, you know, we've traditionally asked the teachers, you know, what their preference is, and I think it was like 80% of the teachers wanted it this way.
So are you saying instruction time is somewhat equal? Or could you get back to us and tell me how many days out of 83 are instruction time? And in the second semester out of the 97, how many are for instruction days?
I would have to, I mean, I don't know if anybody else up here knows the
Because I'm
answer.
on a block schedule and I'm taking one class the first semester, and then there's 10 more days in the second semester for a block class. I mean, there's going to be a learning differential there, I think.
Right, but with like the days that we were talking about with Unity Week and you know, testing.
No, I understand
AP
that.
testing,
To
that
get
sort of-
everything done before the holidays, and then you're not worrying about that, coming back, having to take tests or whatever. Yeah, I understand the convenience.
No, those
of
things
it.
happen in the second semester. So what they were feeling was it's okay to have less instructional days in the first semester because there's not as many of those interruptions types of things, whereas the second semester has more interruptions. So even though there's more instructional days, it's probably going to end up being pretty much a wash because of all the things that happen in the second semester.
And that's what I'm asking. What if you subtract those out of there? What are the instruction days for the first semester and the second semester?
We can get back to you on that.
Yeah, get back to me on that. Yeah.
Just thinking of other kind of notable things, you know, we've got a couple emergency days in there, which, knock wood, we haven't had to use this year, but we always like to keep those available, and that is recommended by the CDE as well. And, you know, finally, you know, we are wrapping up school on a Wednesday, which I know is not preferable for graduation. The reasons behind that are for our summer programs that we're running. So we have extended school year, we have credit recovery, and we also have our Summer Enrichment Academy, or the C program. And so those students, we serve a lot of students in those programs, and we're essentially starting a new school year in the summer. It does take some time, especially for our special education programs, to move equipment, and because we have students with severe handicaps that require those things. So getting their classrooms set up takes a few days. So having the time, also having our time for our maintenance department to set up for graduation, that takes time. And then when graduation's over, having a few days to get ready for our summer programs that start early the following week.
So-
Because we have a year-round program and we start in July, those programs have to be wrapped up before Richard Crane can start. So we're just under like this really tight schedule.
So here's an alternative. Most of the high schools graduate on a Friday in this county, in other places. And you're saying you don't have enough time between that Wednesday and there. You've got a number of holidays and emergency days and stuff. You could take 3 days of those out, keep the instruction, and finish the prior Friday, giving yourself more time between the two. And so I would hopefully, you will look at that next year as opposed to, pet peeve of mine, graduating in the middle of the week just doesn't work. So
Yeah, I don't
would hope
know if
next year
there's-
that you would, if you need that break, to look at that second semester. I mean, you've got the 2 emergency days. We don't need those. Those could have been days we backed it up, 2 days, and then 1 day off of spring break is what, is more than a week, isn't it, on this calendar too?
No, spring break's a week.
No, it's 1
Rancho has 2
week.
minimum days.
Yeah, it's just 1 week.
I mean,
Those are
so
minimum
there's the option of shortening the year calendar-wise, but you know, fewer days off, and then you're off, and then you've got a wider span to get into your next program.
Yeah, that's definitely, if we could make it end on a Friday, I absolutely would. I don't know, I personally don't see any days that we could get rid of, unless we did decide to forego those emergency days, which is a little bit of a challenge for us if we ever do need to use them, and we have had, you know, significant flooding at Hahn this year alone. So we're lucky we haven't had to use one yet. But yeah, I will absolutely take a look at it and
So my
see
question on
what I can
Hahn, are
find.
we having to make up that time for the 2 times we closed it for the storm?
We're looking,
Or you're asking for a waiver for that?
We're looking into it. We believe we're okay with some grades, and we have questions about, the first day we were fine. The second day, we may have to make up some of the time, but we're looking at those numbers right now. And we're waiting to see if we're gonna have trouble with any more rain before we see what kind of time we may have to make up there.
Well, in the prior years, we had fires and smoke that we closed school down because of the,
Yes.
from that standpoint.
Yes, and I hear that Thursday is gonna be rainy, so we'll have to take a look and see what that looks like.
And then Richard Crane's calendar is also attached, so they're starting mid-July like usual. Did the same thing with them with the mandated trainings before school starts. And we did set up for August 11th for them to be able to come to the district kickoff and have a PD day with the rest of the staff, which has worked out really nicely in the past few years. And then also the last PD day on September 19th, we set that up so it rolls right into their break. So that's kind of easy for families. It'll just start a day earlier. They are choosing this year to go, in the past they've sometimes had a 3-week fall break. They're going with a 2-week fall break now and a 2.5 week winter break. So they're adding on a little bit of additional time there in December. And then they have about a 2.5 week spring break as well. So their calendar is looking pretty good.
So for November, the kids are going to come to school on the 10th and then have the 11th off.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see either a professional development day or something. That's going to kill our ADA that day. I can guarantee you there's going to be so many kids that don't come to school on the 10th if I don't have to go to school on Tuesday.
We talked about that and making that just like a non-instructional day. And we just felt like we didn't want to impact families too much that have to go to work. And so, the more kind of random days we throw into the calendar. But yeah, we definitely talked about that as a committee on what to do with the 10th. So I hear you. I'm concerned about that also.
I guess I wouldn't give people an extra day off. I don't understand why we're not just doing a professional development day that day. Like, why are we doing it on September 19th instead of November 10th?
Just in discussion with the principals, I don't know if you want to chime in on September
Also,
19th.
just for the PD days where you're starting off with something, then people can learn a new thing, they get that initiative going, and then September, you've implemented a little bit, but it's not so close to Thanksgiving and holidays that, we don't want to re-up and then everybody goes away. So we thought that was the right timing. And I got to be honest with you, the PD days, sometimes we use them as in places where we just want a day off and then we get it's harder to get them learning, right? The September date, it was picked because it's the right time to re-up the professional development that you've done. It doesn't serve any other purpose. We could have put it in those other places, you're right. Like, sometimes people like to take the day January when we come back from break as a PD day to have a slower start. But for me, January's too late. We're talking about next year in January, right? So that was kind of part of the reasons that we.
Yeah, September also felt like really kind of long with Labor Day being so early that we were thinking,
No longer than the entire month of April where you don't have any days off and you just started the year. Like, you guys go from March 23rd to May 15th without any breaks.
Unless the emergency days.
No, you get the emergency day off.
There's an emergency day in there if we don't have to use that. So the
But
April 24th
emergency
would
day
be.
is a day off.
Well, yeah,
If you need it.
if we don't.
No, no, no.
If we don't
Make
need
it
it,
up, then.
If we need it, we will go to school on that day.
right.
Right.
Right
Which would
now,
make
it's
it
a day
longer.
off. The 24th of April is a day off, and the May 22nd is a day off. If we have a situation where we have to make up a day, then they go to school on those 2 days.
And we could, we don't have to necessarily use the first one first. Like, we could say, like, next year, if we needed to use one of these, we could say, we're actually going to, keep the 24th as a non-instructional day and then go to school on the 22nd. Just to have that break be there.
I have two questions. One, if you get in a situation and you don't make up time, does that work as a fine or less money ADA?
Yeah, you don't complete the year, you're in violation of the law.
I know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, say
It's
we have an
instructional
earthquake
minutes.
that we don't on the end of May.
There's waivers that you can do.
Yeah, so there's waivers type of thing for that situation. And then my second question is, what does our ADA look like in August when you start school on the 13th for those first 2 weeks?
Really good.
Really good?
They're ready to go back.
We don't have problems
Parents are
with
so happy.
parents still on vacation and stuff? That's surprising.
We've been tracking our ADA, and we stay in the green up until Christmas, up until the winter holiday.
Gotcha.
Then we do okay through January and February. We have a big drop in March and April. So we're targeting March and April is where we're putting forth a lot more effort to make sure that kids are showing up. But that's where we usually have the drop off. But we stay in the green through August, September, October. The beginning of the year is pretty good.
Well,
We're going to show you that data at one of our upcoming meetings.
Okay. And then do we have, is that attributed to people taking time off to go on vacations or?
We're not quite sure.
You're not
We haven't dug into it that deeply.
Well, you won't know because a parent just says, my kid's sick. They're not going to tell
Yeah,
you.
it's hard to really understand.
Too bad you couldn't, I mean, my oldest, they pay the district when they choose to do that, so they don't lose the money. They basically, I mean, districts
Must
have
be
that
nice.
option and say, okay, X amount a day, and they write a check for it.
Well, I want to say thank you. I can see all the collaboration and the work put into this, and I'm impressed. And so I appreciate all the questions and stuff. I'm still on the learning curve, but I like it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's we do try to bring people together from various places and get and we work together well, but there's just like you all have thoughts about the way it should be. Like that's there's 20 people in there also having thoughts about this day should be off, this should be our start date. So it's we try to put it together as best we can, and no calendar is going to be perfect. There's always going to be some quirky things about it. But we do feel like we really work together in bargaining with just trying to find the best days, especially on the professional development side, that's going to work best for everyone. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Just last comment, I'm sure there'll be 3 positive votes, but I've had a couple of other parents and people telling me that they don't like, ending in the middle of a week. So I'm probably going to vote no on it. So
Okay.
if I had another vote, no vote, I'd vote yes. So I want it to pass, but
Yeah.
I want to vote no just out of protest from it being, in the middle of the week.
I won't take it personally. I
Okay.
know I
No,
know you
it's,
care,
you know, it's,
care
whatever.
deeply about it, and I
Yeah, it's
understand.
just-
So, yeah, and I'll see what we can do for next year. Like if there's ways that we can cut and tighten things up,
Right.
I'm happy to do that. So whatever is best
Okay.
for everybody is what we're gonna do. So.
Can I vote no just because that's my kid's graduation day? That's when our babies will graduate. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's my kid's graduation from high school date. That's a big day.
It is a big day. Yeah.
Do you-
There
But
are
don't worry,
other-
I'm voting you.
Yeah, there are other, I know like other districts do graduate midweek. I believe Novato does. I think it might be a little more out of the norm for Sonoma County, especially because Santa Rosa kind of builds their calendar based on that. They had 2 random kind of days off throughout the year to get to that Friday. But again, just the reason behind it is for our other academic programs
Oh, no, I realize
that
that.
we're trying to accomplish.
But you have to
so.
realize that you've got community and people's lives that,
Yeah.
want to celebrate
Absolutely.
their
It's
son
a big
or
deal.
daughter graduating.
That's why we're here, is getting our kids to
And people
graduation.
traveling during the middle of the week, and it's a little bit more burden. And then Project Grad, there's it takes additional days off to support that, and, you can't work all night on a Wednesday and go back to work on Thursday. You can, but you'll be useless, so. Hopefully you're not a bus driver the next day.
Do you want us to go back and look at this again?
Now's your chance.
I just want to be sure.
I personally don't need to.
I'm okay with that one.
I don't,
All the work you
it's
put
done.
into it,
I mean, I don't know that,
so much work.
That's just me being heartfelt that my child's graduating. The only one I don't like is the November 10th date, and the only way to fix it is to push the whole calendar, and so, and that's just for monetary reasons for our budget, is the ADA on that day. But we can't change when November 11th falls each year, so it just is what it is.
It's the one holiday that's, well, there's a couple
There's a lot.
holidays that stay on the day that it's intended. I mean, that's one of them. And okay, I just wanted to check.
Okay, thank you, Jen, for your hard work.
Yeah, thank you.
With that, we'll
Think
need
we
a
vote on it.
motion to approve.
Well, I don't think Le's gonna make the motion, so.
I'll move.
Yeah.
I'll make a second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
opposed?
Okay, motion carries 3 with 1 opposing and 1 absence. That is item 10B. Excuse me, 10A. Okay, next up, 10B, approval of provisional internship at University Elementary at La Fiesta.
Yes, we are asking for a provisional internship for a special education teacher at University La Fiesta.
Any questions, comments? Okay, may I have a motion to approve item 10A, approval of provisional internship permit?
You make a motion?
I second.
Yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 4-0 with 1 absence. Item 11A, ratification of Mesa Energy Systems, DBA MCOR Services Mesa Energy System Protovoltaic Project Scope Proposal. And John Bartolome.
So I think you've been updated a little bit about this issue, but our vendor that we're under contract with, Jua Capital, is hedging a little bit on actually going through with the contract. They've been stalling on getting the work started, which is what this particular ratification is for. The proposal is to do the due diligence work that needs to get done that we thought was scheduled for over the Christmas break. And so the cost of it, excuse me, the cost of it will be reimbursed by either Jua if they remain our vendor or the vendor that replaces them. And we've been in constant contact with, or negotiations with Jua, and we're also looking at other vendors to complete the solar project if they don't want to do the work, because we're under a time constraint. So it's a ratification because I signed it so that we can keep this moving forward and we can get people on campuses to do this, to this work that needs to get done.
Is there any concern that Mesa will have the same difficulty?
No, they're ready to go. They were one of the subcontractors for Jua, who they've been in, that we were going with, and they're raring to go. And it was Jua that was holding up them doing the work to get started. And this is just the this is just the due diligence part of the project. So, but it needs to get done. So that's why we're bringing this forward.
Okay. Any questions?
When's the anticipated, like, when we would actually put solar panels up?
Well, the plan was to have construction start over the summer.
Okay. Are we still on track for that, or probably not?
It'll be close.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So we just went through a master building plan or capital, things that we did for the district or what we have for, the next 20 years. Hopefully, of these installations, we won't end up moving them.
No, that plan is still,
I know that plan's there, but I mean, we're gonna be installing solar.
that was
throughout
all, they
things.
were working on
So we're gonna make sure that when you put this here, well, we don't have enough money, obviously, it was almost $1 billion.
these
Just
plants
sh-
were working in concurrence with.
They're working
And you
together.
saw the
Yes,
plans,
with
yeah,
the
they
master
had 'em
plan.
built in.
All right, I just wanna make sure that we don't
As of
put
now,
something
there's
here
no,
and then,
there's
oh,
no
no,
change
that was
to
gonna move.
where they're gonna be.
Okay,
Right, because the architects, right, Quokka, they had it on their plans when they were showing us.
but they might have had it on some of the buildings we haven't built too, no?
Mm-mm.
I don't, there was just so many things going on there.
Right, no.
I don't think any are on buildings. They were all freestanding. They're not placed on any of our buildings. Most of them are in parking lots
Secondaries in parking lots and.
or shade
elementaries
structures for
are
eating
spread
areas,
out through the campus.
the majority of them.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item 11A, ratification of Mesa Energy Systems.
I move.
And a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. Item 12A, fiscal planning, fiscal update and planning.
There are several things under this, this item, one of which is the enrollment and the regular, budget update. If there are any questions about either of those things, I'm glad to answer them. I was gonna give you, well, I know item 8J was pulled for any potential questions, so I'll address those if there are any
Well,
about the audit report.
yeah, so are we doing that as a separate item or as part of this?
It's part of this.
Okay, so I asked the budget, the audit program to be pulled because in prior years, before you guys were on the school board, we would have the CPA come and do a presentation of that. I pulled it for another reason too, because although I read the finding in one, the finding was blurred and you couldn't read it. So I wanted to make sure everyone understood that finding. Our audit is perfectly clean. The one finding is taken care of, and I understand that. I think we're doing an excellent job on that. The two items that I wanted to bring up was one, the government funding on this report is higher, but I'm told that the government funding that comes from the federal government is $4 million for next year? Or we
This
don't-
year.
For this year. So I don't know with the proposed education department proposing to be dissolved, if that happens, if that money stops in the middle of the year, what impact that'll be having. And none of us know, but things are changing daily in Washington, and they're talking about closing down the education department. And since the current administration seems to have the Congress votes, or both the Senate and the House, this could happen, and we could lose. Have we gotten any of that money yet this year, or how does that money go to the county, then flow to us? Or does that money come directly from
Yeah,
the Fed?
that's how it all,
It
that's how
goes.
it all works, yeah.
So
But
how much
no,
of,
we have not.
have we got any of that money yet?
Federal funding comes in very late in the game.
Okay.
We still are owed federal dollars from 2 years ago.
So what do we do if the federal government turns it off and we're $4 million short this year? Not next year, this year. How do we have 4 million? Well,
Do not.
we don't. So so today I sent several emails to various people, asking about that. What's the impact in California for that? I mean, it's a big question. That's like, okay, for the next, I'm going along and then I don't get a paycheck, how do I make the mortgage payment? So That's a big question that we just need to be aware of and keep our eyes open and figure out how we deal with that. I would think the state would, well, I don't know. I mean, if you go statewide, I mean, what's that impact statewide to the state budget? Any guesses? We're 40 school districts and ours is 4 million. I'm guessing Sonoma County could be 40 million. Maybe the state, yeah, I don't know. So it's a big number. So we need to pay attention to that. So, and then the other thing is there's a lot of components to the budget. I mean, to the audit that they audit our books, and a lot of the stuff, I'm not sure, but I'm sure I'm asking you, do you have the comprehensive or the knowledge of what goes in that report, like the depreciation of our assets and the liability for PERS and steers, again, late in the night, right, we're for the 2 retirement programs. I mean, board members should take the time. I mean, you get this in the Master of Boardsmanship. They kind of take you through this, and I'm sure Michelle had to do some of this boring finance stuff, not marketing stuff there. So we should know that. And then a pet peeve of mine is I don't like the fees when I sell a house real estate, 6%. It's huge. If you look at the fees of what it costs us to sell our bonds, those fees are extremely high too. So I mean, that's another thing. That's just what the finance people make when selling our bonds. And when we sell those bonds, which we just passed 91.5, every time you sell those, and we're going to talk about some of them, I guess, issuing 25 million of it type of thing, and the fees, I just think those fees are highway robbery. And those fees, I don't think are negotiable, but they're based upon the bond company and the various people, and that money, if that were less, could come back to the school district in funds, correct? I mean, so.
I don't know if you really want to hear my answer. No is the answer, because we, if our bond is 90 million, we're going to get 90 million, and it's the taxpayers that are going to pay for it.
So the taxpayers, so that's tacked onto it. So that's like interest. So we still get our money, but the taxpayers are having to pay additional funds. Okay. So I guess I don't like that. So we still get our 91.5 million that passed, but there's additional fees. If you look at the aggregate, you look at the interest, it's like buying a house over 30 years. I just borrowed 100,000, and after 30 years, I just paid it off. I paid 200,000 because 100,000 is an interest. So we're passing that. Thank you for the community, but we're passing some costs on. So anyway, that's why I pulled it, just so we're concerned about those things. I just want that just to slide through without some knowledge and conversation. And there's a train coming down the tracks with the federal government and what they do, which could have serious ramifications. And I think California could be a target too. We're not the favorite state, I think, to the administration, with our current governor battling a little bit with the president. So I'm concerned about that too, and what it does. So those are my comments.
I had a quick question just about the budget, John.
Yes.
So I know a couple months ago, Eric and I were on the budget committee, and we were looking at, like, what are all the things we could do, because we were gonna try to have to find $4 million. And then, we have the ADA went up, and our duplicated, and we got more money, which is great. But we're still deficit spending 6.3 now. I like that it's gone down a little bit, thank you very much, from what it was projected. Is there still plans for and I know that we're okay this year and next year in the long term, like looking out, our reserves are gonna be okay. But is there plans for the budget committee to meet to still try to find some spending or some savings somewhere, knowing that, we have potential raises coming up, we have potential, we might lose $4 million. I don't think we can plan for that, we can't. But there are critical things that we know that are gonna happen. So personally, I think that we should still, from the budget committee, come up with some sort of, and I don't know if that's the budget committee does it, I don't know if your team does it, but I know at first interim, we were like, we're fine, but we're
Well,
not.
I don't know about fine.
Well,
We are better off than what we
Right.
were at budget adoption, which was in July, or June. That's for you and the soup to tell me how you want to go about it. I mean, I think we don't need to make the cuts that we thought we did, which was going to be a community decision, or, community recommendation, if you will. Community being the Budget Advisory Committee, whatever. But it's not getting any better, honestly, and, the part of the budget, governor's budget that I'm gonna talk about, I think, still. The COLA is less, like I said last month. COLA's gonna be a little less, which is about 400,000. There are a lot of unknowns. I mean, today was a day of meetings with sites and departments around next year's staffing, and, there's quite a bit of staffing that wasn't part of my projection at first interim, so, I mean, yes, we have some money to find, but again, I don't know that I'm gonna look to your advice on what you want to see or want us to do, because, it's not the $4 million number that we were talking about at one point. It's a
There's
lot
probably
less,
still
and
two
we have the
commas in
money
it.
to cover it.
Yeah. My personal thought would be, I think it would be irresponsible of us in the position that we're in, to not look at some of these nice-to-haves and wish list items, and have a serious conversation about some of the not programs and like programming, but, we always say, well, it's only $10,000. Well, $10,000 things are $100,000, and so I think that it would be silly for us to not try to go find some savings, knowing that we have some real things happening with raises and other things coming up. So that's my 2 cents, is I would like to see the budget committee, I don't know if it's a budget committee thing or John's team thing, to come back with some where areas that we can save.
I would agree with that. My ongoing goals for that committee would be to always look at how to always capture the most amount of revenue, as well as evaluate things, the nice to and the have tos, because we're always going to be in a cyclical cycle when things are great and when things are lean. And if we're always in that mindset, then we are better off.
Bottom line, everybody, you have to have a balanced budget. You can't, there'll be years that you'll spend more than your expenditures more than that. But if you don't balance your budget, and we did that, and gone through some hard times, you're gonna end up like Santa Rosa. You're gonna end up at a cliff where the choices are huge and really puts you down. So you gotta have a balanced budget.
Well,
And we gotta tell this person to tell us, what dollars make a balanced budget. You can't go out so many years until you're unqualified, and then it's too late.
But that's where we're tracking toward. I think that's what I'm saying, is right now, like, yes, on paper, we were able to say at first interim that we were qualified, but,
No,
we were
positive.
positive, but if you made it just go one more year, or anything changes, so, we don't have a balanced budget because we are deficit spending, so,
Right.
and so we are every year approving an unbalanced budget.
That has to stop.
And so but I don't think we're gonna find $6.3 million somewhere. We could barely find 4 when we were in the thing. So that's all I'm saying, is I think that it is worth going back to the table and trying to find the nice-to-haves this year, so that we aren't in a fiscal emergency in 2 or 3 years from now. That's all.
Yes, I agree. Operational costs are going up, and we need to be able to bring down our expenses. So that is part of the task of the Budget Committee moving forward. We are making one-time cuts. Our one-time money, we're having to make some cuts with that this year. And then next year will be even more. So there are cuts happening, and then we do need to bring down our expenses.
Another question I had about the budget, when the governor delays the tax filing, does that affect us at all? It does, okay.
Well, hopefully not like it did last year when they made they extended the due date, but, you know, it has that potential for sure, because the actual collections won't be happening until the year after in which it's counted. That makes sense.
Okay.
I do have it's in there, it's in your packet. If you want me to go over the presentation about the budget, the governor's budget, I'll do it. I don't know how you guys feel at this point. It's about 10 slides, and I can get through it pretty quick.
What are the key takeaways from that?
You know, I think, like I said last month, that the takeaways are that the governor believes that they have a solid, they can fund Prop 98, they can fund the COLA, which is a little less than, you know, what we were projecting at first interim, but they can pay for it. There are some risks, and you know, there's some talk, and there's some trailer bills around some some more one-time money. It's called student support and professional development, something, and that could be potentially around $2 million of one-time categorical funds.
I was gonna say, is that what they're bringing categorical funds
Yeah.
back, but not calling it that?
Yeah, no, they're bringing them back. Categoricals are back.
Okay.
For sure.
So would those live under our restricted budget, or will we
Yes,
have a new
restricted.
third column? Okay.
Restricted. That's it. I mean, there are some details in the presentation that could go over, and I threw in a slide of what the average reserves were for unified school districts in California is 22%. We're at 6%. So, I mean, we're low on everything, kind of, from a funding standpoint or revenue standpoint, or reserves in this case. I'm glad not to talk about it, but if there are any other questions, that was the gist of it.
Thoughts, questions? Okey-doke. Yes, thank you. So may I have a motion to approve the audit report? Now, that would be 12A now, right?
Part
12B.
of 12A.
It's
Or I thought you
12A.
made it should be its own agenda
have an
item,
action
like
on it.
12A and a half.
12A and a half.
12A.5.
May I have a motion to approve the audit report?
I move.
And
I'll
a
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. And that puts us at 12B, approval of school plan for student achievement. Dr. Fields.
Yes, so we ask that you approve our school plans for student achievement. The California Ed Code requires that all schools that receive categorical funding annually submit a school plan for student achievement. And they have to be prepared in accordance with the law and approved by the school site council. So in our district, that's El Camino, John Reed, Richard Crane, Technology Middle School, Thomas Page Academy, Monte Vista, University Elementary. They are required to write the plan and have it approved by the board. In our district, we have everybody write the plan because it's a good practice, and it helps them to align their school goals with our LCAP goals. So these are those plans, and we ask that you approve them tonight.
Okay, any questions, conversation?
Yeah, so next year when they do this, can we make the signature page
I think that's the.
in one place, not two places?
This one doesn't require a signature page. The safety plan, I think, is what you're referring to.
Yeah, because, I mean, as I went through these, I was saying, well, wait a minute, some of these aren't signed, but then if you go clear down to the bottom, you found another signed thing.
That's totally.
And then on the top, it looked like, okay, that's, if I analyze handwriting, the same person signed them all in a scribble type of thing. And then there were some, we just needed a little bit more thorough. There's some mistakes and spellings of people's names, and I wasn't sure. They're different people from public safety, were at different meetings and not our same public safety person. I didn't know if we changed that person. So I was curious of that. And then as you thumb down through these, I don't know why, you go clear down, get down to page 7,323. No. You get down to a school, and then you get into, what do you call it here?
The dashboard, I think you're thinking.
We get into, and you attach the school accountability report card. And I don't know, and I mean, the part of the report card is, you know, the building thing, but I don't know all the other components of the report card. Are they necessary for this report?
I think you're referring to the next item.
Oh, am
C,
I,
school
I'm
safety
sorry.
plans.
I'm jumped ahead. Yes, I am.
But I can answer all those questions too, but maybe we want to approve
Okay.
the B first.
Let me go back. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead.
No worries.
Okay, if there's no questions, may I have a motion to approve item 12B, approval of school plan for student achievement?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. And the moment you've been waiting for, 12C, approval of school safety plan.
Yes.
That's what I'm not talking about.
So the
I didn't want to
school-
talk about the other one anyway.
Yeah, the school safety plans, there's two components to it. One is a compliance requirement that we have to have these particular items, and it's outlined in here, the emergency phone numbers, resources, things like that. Some of those items are extremely sensitive and they're specific to the school site. They have phone numbers, descriptions and detail of our emergency procedures and what we'll do. So we don't put them in here because we don't want that to be public information.
No, I understand that.
But left seat, absolutely, we can do that. The first component that is in the print up is produced by our document tracking service. And the signatures you mentioned, they're electronic. They're horrible because you have to use either the touchpad
Oh, I
or the
know.
mouse. So they all look like, you know, they're faked.
Every time I sign my credit card at the store. I scribble,
Exactly.
you know.
So we attach then a wet signature page to the end, but that's why it gets buried deep. It was like
Yeah.
on page 28 of this document this
Yeah.
time. We'll probably have to just attach it to the beginning and create a new PDF, but we can do that. We'll make sure we get that for next time.
Right.
The question about the other component that we have in there, the dashboard results, the
Right.
things, they help to inform the plans and those, and so we do, but we don't need to put them in there. We approved those last meeting. They don't need to be there. We can remove that to eliminate any confusion or anything else.
Right.
Make it more straightforward. So each of the schools do have an emergency binder in the office that has all of the detail of who does what in each of those plans. It's got our incident command system structures and responsibilities in there as well.
And the other thing I shared with Maite is the fact that this is kind of the plan that sits at the school. It's really not our forward plan going forward of the things that we're going to do to improve safety. And I guess when I looked at this first, I jumped, well, where's all that stuff?
Yeah.
You know, so that was my first opinion. And then the conversation, I said, that's a separate component to this.
That's right.
So I needed to calm down because we just passed, you know, a $91 million bond issue that I was adamant about the verbiage in there, but then I was told that verbiage doesn't help pass bonds, but I want to make sure when we get to that portion of this next meeting or whatever, when we talk about where we're going with safety and what are the issues and address that, I understand. Two different components altogether. So I don't expect now to see the future going safety plan here. This is kind of the status quo that we're required to do. Kind of like that LCAP thing.
Kinda like it,
A
you
lot of pages for
For the state.
But you're right, the real work we're doing is, Bill is going to every site, walking the campus with the principals, identifying any threats,
Right.
figuring out where the best place to evacuate is, what do we need in our safety kits, and all those things. And I think that's
That's what I want
what
to
I
see.
think of when I think of the
Right.
safety planning part. It's
Right.
like, how do we do the drills?
Yeah,
Where
I
do we
didn't,
keep the
yeah.
kids safe?
I didn't see that here, so,
Yeah.
okay.
I don't know if it matters. I did not look at the signature pages until Left just brought this up, so now I'm looking at it. It says, I just opened up Monte Vista's, and on page 26 out of 27, it says school site council membership, junior high and high school, school Monte Vista. In secondary schools, half the members are the principal, classroom teacher. Monte Vista is not a secondary
There's
school.
2 pages, and the other one says the elementary.
Okay.
And again, this is about DTS,
Yeah,
gives us a
okay.
document that's a
It just fills it.
template, and it fills it in, and it
Okay.
makes it difficult. But
Just
it
wanted to
does
make sure we weren't-
meet the legal requirements, and that's.
Yep,
one of
no
the-
worries. I just wanted to make sure they weren't going to be like, this school is not a,
This is another one of those broken things.
no, that's okay.
Would it be helpful to the board if I sent you what a school site operational plan looked like so you could see what that plan looks like? I can send it to you as part of my notes to you on a Friday. I wouldn't send you all 13, but I could send you one that is pretty average.
That would be good.
That would be great.
Okay, we'll do that.
And that too is confidential. That's something we don't want to share.
Correct. I would
Yeah.
want that as a confidential document that
Right,
I would not
right.
want to go past us.
The other option also is, I know you go to visit a school, all of our schools have them in the office. You could ask the administrator, hey, I'm just curious, can I see the operations plan? It's a binder with red writing on it that tells all of those things, and it has that kind of detail in there.
All right. If there's no other questions, then do I have a motion to approve item 12C, approval of school safety plans?
I move.
Second? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with 1 absence. Item 12D, ratification of public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement.
So the next 3 items, 12D, E, and F, are the, should have been submitted at the time that the TAs for the different groups were submitted to the board. 2 of them were in December, and 1 of them was in October. Anyway, this is the ramifications of the collective bargaining agreement. And they were all included in the first interim report. The ramifications are the results of each one of the group's collective bargaining agreements. So this is just, this is what needs to be submitted to the county, and I just got around to it, so.
So question, do I need to abstain from this?
Oh, since your kid is in one of them.
No, because it's just informational.
Yeah, it's action.
But
Excuse me.
I'm approving,
It's not that bargaining unit. It is.
that's not that bargaining unit?
She's in
Oh, it's a CSCA.
CSCA.
Okay.
CSIU, SE.
I want to make sure which
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
And certificated
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
certificated and classified management.
Okay, so I can vote for this one.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, may I have a motion to approve item 12D, ratification of public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement?
I'll make a motion.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with 1 absence. May I have a motion to approve item 12E, ratification of public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement AB 1200 for SEIU employees?
I move.
In a second?
I'll second.
Any, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with 1 absence. And may I have a motion to approve item 12F, ratification of public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement AB 1200 certification and classified management employee.
This one I have too, it's certificated, right?
Certificated management.
Management.
Just certificated management, or
Oh, no, it's just certificate.
it's not,
management.
okay,
Yeah,
all
it's
right.
not RIPSI.
I'll make a motion.
Okay,
Until which time she becomes a principal. No,
and a
Okay.
second?
I'll move.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Trustee Wing moved first, so.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it's okay, we're going.
Oh,
I say
didn't
aye
hear it.
next.
I'm sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
And then he seconded.
I came in second?
Didn't you
All in
second?
favor?
I'm
Aye.
giving you that time.
Any
Did I
opposed?
come in second?
Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. Moving to item 12G, Superintendent Attorney.
All right, so
forgot to vote.
we like to honor Women's History Month. So March is Women's History Month, and we are asking for your approval of the resolution.
Okay, any questions? Yep,
Resolution, just a reminder, it's a resolution.
yes.
You're right.
Okay.
He just asked if anyone had questions.
Pardon me? No. I'm just reminding, no, I have no questions.
We're getting rummy up.
Then may I have a motion to approve item 12G, approval of resolution 2025-20, Women's History Month?
So
I'll make a
moved.
motion. Oh, I'll second.
Okay, roll call.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, roll call.
Okay, there we go.
I got it highlighted.
We're losing it.
Trustee Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Oh, yes.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Sorry, I was waiting to be last.
Okay, item 12H, approval of resolution 2025-21, Art and Music Education Month.
Again, March is a double whammy. We get Women's History and Art and Music. So
Okay.
we're asking for your approval of this resolution.
Any questions? May I have a motion to approve item 12H, approval of resolution 2025-21, Art and Music Education Month?
I move.
And a second?
I'll second.
Roll call?
Trustee Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Aye. Okay, item 12I, approval of resolution 2025-18, resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Cotati Roanoke Park Union School District certifying to the Board of Supervisors of Sonoma County all proceedings in its November 5th, 2024 general obligation bond election.
So you're just certifying that the resolution, the bond passed?
Oh, okay.
What took you so long?
Do you believe it now, John?
Yes.
Okay.
He's a believer.
May I have a motion to approve item
government.
12J, approval of resolution 2025-19?
I will approve 12I, approval of resolution 2025-18.
Great.
I second.
Okay, roll call?
Trustee Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Aye. Okay, item 12J, approval of resolution 2025-19. John Bartolome.
12J is the approval of the, adopting the bylaws governing the, excuse me, Measure BB Citizens Oversight Committee.
Okay,
You gotta stop smoking.
Yeah.
any questions? May I have a motion to approve item 12J, approval of resolution 2025-19?
I'll make a motion.
And a second?
I'll second.
Roll call?
Trustee Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Aye. Item 12K, approval of resolution 2025-15.
12K is the authorization of the selling of the first series of $25 million of the bond that just passed.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve item 12K
I'll make a motion.
and a second?
I'll second.
Roll call?
Trustee Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Aye. Okay, items 12L through T are first readings. Any-
Sorry.
I just want to mention something about the board policies. We have found a way to provide you with lined out items. So in the future, Rochelle did some research, and we will be able to provide you with a comparison of what's been changed. So you'll see that more clearly.
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah, one's an action. Yeah.
Okay. So back to the drawing board. Our item 12L through S, first readings. Any questions, comments about that? Okay, then item 12T, first reading and waiving of second reading of Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 1250, visitors/outsiders. Any questions, comments? May I have a motion to approve item 12T, first reading and waiving of second reading of Board Policy?
I move.
And a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. Okay, item 12U, second reading of Board Policy and Exhibit 4040, employees' use of technology. We have a motion to approve. Oh.
Oh, that would be great.
Okay. Great. So item 12U, we read that. Item 12V.
No, we have to vote. So you would say, I make a motion to approve and read it. Is there a second? And then we need to vote on
Got
each
it.
of them.
Okay, so I'll motion to approve
Yeah.
item 12U, second reading of Board Policy and Exhibit 4040. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. I make a motion to approve second reading of Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 4127/4227/4327, temporary athletic team coaches. Do I have a second?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. May I have, I'll make a motion to approve item 12W, second reading of Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 4161/4261/4361, leaves. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Item 12X, second, I'd like to motion to approve item 12X, second reading of Administrative Regulation 4161.2/4361.2/436261.2, personal leaves. Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. Okay, I'd motion to approve item 12Y, second reading of Administrative Regulation 4161.1/4361.1, personal illness and injury leave. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. Item 12Z, I motion to approve item 12Z, second reading of Administrative Regulation 4261.1, personal injury, illness and injury leave. Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 4-0 with one absence. Item 12AA, I motion to approve second reading of Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 4121,
Seniority, you don't have to.
temporary substitute personnel action. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. Item 12AB, I motion to approve second reading of Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 51441.1, suspension and expulsion due process. Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. Hang in there with me, we're getting through it. Item 12C, I motion to approve second reading of Administrative Regulation 5144.2, suspension and expulsion due process, student with disabilities. Do I have a second?
It's your turn.
Oh, sure. Yes. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. Item 12AD, second reading, I motion to approve item 12AD, second reading of Board Policy 5147, dropout prevention. Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. I have a motion to approve item 12AE, second reading of Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6112, school day.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. I motion to approve item 12AF, second reading of Board Policy 6142.92, mathematics instructions. Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. I motion to approve second reading of Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6152.1, placement in mathematic courses.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. I motion to approve item 12AH, second reading of Board Policy and Exhibit 6163.4, student use of technology. Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with one absence. And I motion to approve item 12AI, second reading of Board Policy 6177, summer learning programs. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with one absence.
Good job.
Our next item, 13, future business and agenda items. Trustee Brown.
I have about 20 items. No, I'm gonna pass. Thanks.
Trustee Johnson.
None at this time.
Trustee Wing. I only had one. There was an email from a concerned family about the ethics course coming up, and just wanted to make sure that those were addressed.
About the what coming up? I'm sorry.
Great.
Ethnics course.
Okay, ethics.
Ethics.
Oh,
Mhm,
okay.
The curriculum. Okay, great. With that, we adjourn at 9:26.